2021. Okay. All right, so let's start off. We've got our new Zoom format, which will probably be an old format for everyone joining. So it should be hopefully even better. So let's start with our roll call.
All right, thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll go ahead and take the roll call. I'll start with Chair Grumbine.
Here.
Vice Chair House is absent. Commissioner Jordan will be arriving a little bit late. Commissioner Drury is also absent. Commissioner Edmonds?
Here.
Commissioner Lundvik?
Present.
Commissioner Mahan?
Here.
Commissioner Manuel?
Here.
And Commissioner Uli?
Here. All
right, we have a quorum. Thank you.
Great. All right, so let's start with, our next is general, let's see. General business will go into public comment. Item A, any member of the public may address the commission for up to 2 minutes on any subject within our jurisdiction that is not scheduled. So here, if you would like to make public comment on a non-scheduled item, please click on the raise your hand icon, and you'll be and unmute yourself as the instructions show, and you will be given 2 minutes to say what you would like.
Yes, thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll be covering public comment moving forward. But at this time, I see several members of the public in attendance. If you would like to speak, please click on the raise hand icon and I will call on you. While we wait, I can confirm that we did receive written correspondence from Susan Chamberlain, which was distributed to the commission before this meeting. So I still don't see any hands raised at this time, so I'll turn it over back to you, Chair Grumbine.
All right, thank you. So let's go on to, we'll close public comment and on to approval of the minutes of the Historic Landmarks Commission meeting of November 24th, 2021. I have a motion.
Motion to approve the minutes.
Commissioner Uli, have a second?
Second.
All right, Commissioner Mahan seconding it. All right, under discussion, any edits, changes to the minutes? All right, hearing none, can we have a roll call vote?
Yes, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Edmonds.
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik.
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Uli.
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel.
Abstain.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
All right. We are on to, what's our next item? We scroll down.
And this is just for Ted that we need to go back to the, or we're looking at the minutes from November 24th right now on screen.
Okay, he might be frozen. I'm pulling up the regular agenda as well. Just
I have a question of staff. Are we able to move the video images of the participants, the members, horizontally above or below the screen as opposed to vertically on the side of the screen?
Mr. Chair, through you to Commissioner Lundvik, that is not possible with Zoom, or at least if you're on a computer. It might be different if you have another type of device.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's the case. I don't think that's possible. I do want to just check in with Ted. It seems like there might be an issue with a PDF reader right now. I don't know if you're available, Mr. Hamilton.
Not critical, not critical.
Yeah.
So and actually, Commissioner Lenvick, I'm not sure if this is what you're asking, but in the view, top right view thing, you can switch it from, you click on that little view in the top right corner, and you can switch it to standard, and standard has our heads at the top, along the top, and then you can go by side by side speaker or side by side gallery, and that goes on one side or the other in terms of your view box. I don't know if that helps, but okay. I'll just keep going with, I'm pulling up the agenda off to the side here. So we'll just keep working through as we work out the technical difficulties it looks like we're having on the main screen. So item D is announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals.
Mr. Chair, you missed the consent calendar.
Oh, sorry, you're right. That's what
Item
happens
C.
yeah, that's what happens when I try driving solo. Off the trails, off the track.
Pardon my interruption, Mr. Chair. Yes, I know that Mr. Hamilton's computer froze up with the PDF reader, so he's pulling that back up. So just give us another moment. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, sounds good. Should we go on to the consent calendar now or wait for Mr. Hamilton to get back online with it?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar December 8th.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Uli, second by Commissioner Mahan. So do we want to go over, and typically this would be Mr. Hamilton or Ms. Hernandez. I'm going over what consent summary.
Yeah, I can, I was there at consent today and the project was 1806 El Encanto Road, and it did receive review after final. And
Okay.
the,
It was approved for,
yes, it was approved. The review after final was approved by Commissioners Mahan and Commissioner, sorry, I don't have all the names. in front of me.
Manuel.
But Commissioner Manuel reviewed it. It was a landscape item, and they felt it appropriate for the historic resource.
Okay, great. Okay, any questions about the consent calendar before we go for a motion? All right, can we have a roll call vote?
Mr. Chair, I'm now present.
Oh, yeah, all right. Thank you, Commissioner Jordan. You missed everything. If by everything you mean you wanted to see technical difficulties play out real time as we're getting this Zoom thing going. Okay, so we're on the consent calendar vote. Ms. Gaia?
Yes, thank you. I can go ahead and take the roll call vote. I'll start with Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And for those of you who are looking at the screen, we're still working out the technical difficulty stuff, so we're just working through. We're really well into the general business. So let's see. Okay, perfect. All right, so we are on to, we're done with the consent calendar. We're on to item D, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals. Now, do we have announcements? Ms. Hernandez or Mr. Hamilton?
Mr. Chair, this is Irma Unzueta. In the event that
Or Ms. Unzueta?
in the event that Mr. Hamilton can't access his audio, I did want to make an announcement. I wanted to, in person, to the best of our ability through Zoom, I wanted to officially say my goodbyes. This is my last meeting with the Historic Landmarks Commission before I retire at the end of next week on the 17th of December. I just wanted to let you know and tell you how much I've enjoyed and also how much it's been an honor to serve you as staff to your commission and to thank you for the work that you do to make our city look so beautiful.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Nsweta, and I'm sure as other commissioners will feel, it's going to be, it's our loss not having you there. So we wish you the best, and we won't hold it against you that you're leaving us high and dry.
With that, I did, as my email to you did indicate, Ms. Kokinda will be stepping in as acting design review supervisor while the recruitment and hiring process takes place for the new design review supervisor. So you're in great hands.
Yes, I'm sure we are. Well, thank you very much. It's been great, great working with you on so many things over the years as well. And and thank you for your leadership for our design review boards, with AVR and King Family Design as well. And thank you for all of your great leadership over the years. So, and enjoy your retirement.
Thank you, and happy holidays.
Thank you too. And we'll try not to be too controversial for your last meeting, so that we, you don't have to leave with a bang.
That could be my gift.
One last rousing one. All right. Well, thank you for that announcement, Ms. Nsweta. Do we have other announcements, et cetera?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Hamilton.
I didn't have any additional announcements. Ms. Nsweta stole my thunder. I was going to introduce her at our last HLC meeting. Did want to let you know that I am having a little bit of computer trouble. So if the computer shuts down again, I'm going to have to move. So I'll just request a brief recess while I do that. So
okay.
Just wanted to let you know that.
Good.
And other than that, I don't have anything unless Ms. Hernandez does.
I do not have anything today.
Okay. All right. Any commissioners announcements or anything else? And before we go on to subcommittee reports. All right, let's dive into subcommittee reports then. Item E. So the subcommittees, I'm just going to run through real fast all of them, just so that we have them in our mind as we're closing out the year as well. Our last meeting, as you all know, is in 2 weeks for the year, and then we don't meet again until January, I think 19th or something like that. So listed subcommittees, there's signs, street trees, Arts Advisory, Design Awards, Designations, Architectural Detail, Objective Design Standards, Guidelines Committee, FAR Committee, State Street Design, State Street Advisory, Plaza de la Guerra Design, Highway 101, HOV, and Lot 3 Paseo. So with that, any news from any of the subcommittees? Not a lot been going along the last 2 weeks, so. That's the Thanksgiving effect. Okay, if there's no subcommittee reports, let's go on to item 1. That is multiple historic resources per attached Exhibit A, miscellaneous action item, public hearing for structure of merit designation, review of staff reports, and public hearing to consider structure of merit designation of the historic resources per attached Exhibit A. All right, so let's start with this. And Ms. Hernandez, perhaps we do what we've done before in the past, which has been to brief, and let's see if this is what you're wanting, but briefly go through the different, all 20 some of the different properties, and then sort of briefly touch them so they're all fresh in our mind. And then maybe we go through particularly projects that commissioners do not feel that would be, that do not either feel that they would be historic resources or on the, or on the, what's it called, inventory. And then as well, having additional discussion pieces for ones that might be special one way or the other, so that we're not slogging through everything for long periods of time. Does that sound like a good way of doing it, considering what we've tried out in the past?
Yes, it does, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I think you can note the ones you want to call out and discuss those, and then do one motion at the end saying we move to designate these and not these. And you might want to just call public comment first. I think there might be a few property owners out there.
Yeah, okay. So do we want to go through, do we want to actually go through and pull up the reports for each one of these properties, or is that what you, and then do public comment and then come to the commission for their thoughts on the different properties? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, we can go really quickly through and commissioners can say they want to pull that one out or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want me just to go
Sounds good.
through as we go through the list?
Yeah, no, I'm actually wondering whether we just pull it up, talk, and just make the comment on that as it gets shown, whether we want to or not, because that might be the most efficient.
Okay.
So if we're gonna do it that way, which probably is the best way to do it, then let's go actually to public comment first about it, and then if there is any, I'll even open another public comment afterwards as well. But at least this way we have the public has a chance to mention it. Property owners that have showed up, as I mentioned, get a chance to say something about it before we even talk about it, and then we'll give a one last round at the end for anyone that didn't have a chance to speak. Okay, let's do that. All right. So anyone, we're going to open public comment now for this item, all the different properties, all 20 some of them. If you would like to speak about the particular property, please raise your hand. Follow the instructions on the screen and unmute yourself once you have been called on, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Yes, thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, I see several members of the public in attendance. If you would like to speak, please click on the raise hand icon and I will call on you. So at this time, I can see Elizabeth Weems has raised their hand. Elizabeth Weems, please accept the unmute request and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, my husband John and I are the owners of 918 Garcia Road, which was built by Alex Delfonso. And we just think the house is really special. There's a lot of his creative details throughout the house. And we look forward to getting a historic designation or structure of merit. And we'd love to get a plaque to put on the house to commemorate it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. So I see Robert Sporer has raised their hand.
Hello.
Thank you, Robert Sporer. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, yeah, I am a co-owner at the number 8th structure, House of Merit consideration on the list at 400 West Figueroa. And yeah, we love our home. It was built in the 30s and it got converted to it was built in the early 1900s, 1903, I think. And it got converted to a triplex in the 30s. And yeah, just want to say that after reading through the document that you sent, I think demographics has probably changed over time, and our area isn't probably an area where you'd want people driving through to see the history of architecture, just because we're right there at Carrillo and Castillo, 1 block up, and there's garbage in the bushes and people sleeping outside our house, and it's just, there's a lot of unattractive stuff in our area. And it's a one-way street when you drive by down Castillo as well. So you really only get to see one side of the house, and the main entrance of the house faces the other way. But it's just, yeah, we constantly got Santa Barbara PD around dealing with stuff in our area. And it's just, we've got the walk over there on Anapamu, which is on our block as well. And that whole area has just really seemed to become a congregation for people who are challenged to find a place to live and that are sort of living on the street. So I would just say that take ours as a consideration of probably not one of being the best choices on the list.
Okay.
All right, thank you, commissioners. So I can see that Paul Cook has raised their hand. So I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you, commissioners. My wife and I purchased both the properties at 230 and 234 East Figueroa in 2002, when both houses were just completely dilapidated and run down. We took them completely apart and rebuilt everything inside and out. And we added quite a few features as noted in the report. The report that you have in front of you has well, several things of interest, but several things that are incorrect. I did a lot of research at the historical place down on Santa Barbara Street, and I looked at the Sandsborn map. The original house at 234 was built in 1890, not 1880. And then it was moved over in 1896 to build the house at 230. Both of these houses are not Queen Anne's, contrary to the report. They are Eastlake stick. And we've made substantial improvements, embellishing the gables and the front of the buildings. And we went through the proper channels to get permits for colors and for architectural features. All of the windows except for the front have been replaced. I spoke with somebody years ago about this historic, potential historic designation, and I was told that since the windows were replaced that this would not qualify at all, and they were taking it off the list. We really do not want to be designated as a structure of merit, and so we object to that designation. I sent in a 2-page letter that details some of these things. It just, the report says that there's a lot of things that have diminished the historical value of the homes, such as enclosing the front patio and the Eastlake stick additions to the house when they thought it was Queen Anne.
And excuse me, Mr. Cook, you are out of time, but I'm going to keep giving you another minute just because of the amount of information you have, and this is important for it. So go ahead and keep going.
Well, I don't know if you folks have read my letter, but I appreciate the extra time because it really does involve 2 different places. So I should have 4 minutes, right? Anyway,
Well played.
Well, for the points that I just mentioned and also outlined in my 2-page letter I submitted a couple days ago, we do not want to be designated as structure of merits for either building. And so that's our input, and I hope you agree. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you, commissioners. So I can see one last raised hand from Neil Myers. So I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. This will be quick. My wife and I purchased 2019 Plaza Bonita in 2016. It's a pretty cool house. It's a 1926 Edwards Plunkett design. It's really one of his very first. It's one of the first Spanish revivals. And this street is a pretty interesting street if you know it. It's got a fountain. As I understand it, was a turnaround. We had a horse-drawn trolley that would come up way back when. We really love the home. We're actually currently working with Dennis Thompson, a local architect, on plans to remodel the home. We've worked with Post Hazeltine on a historic report, and we'll be working with HLC when we're ready to get approval. And all we're trying to do is restore the home to its original character. that it was when it was originally designed. It's been remodeled a few times. So we're going to take a few things back. And we would like to get the structure of merit designation if we could. We're interested in the Mills Act, I think it's called, to give us some help with restoring it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, commissioners. At this time, I do not see any more raised hands, and I did not receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'll turn it back to you, Chair Grumbine.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we'll go back to the commission now, and to Ms. Hernandez. So walk us through, and let's just go one at a time, and then I'll ask just as each one gets flipped through, if there are commissioners that feel that this does not belong on the conclusion of the report, whether it's historic landmark or historic resource, we'll ask the commission what their thoughts are on each one as we go. And then we'll mark those ones that we want to get into a bigger discussion on, and we'll come back to that discussion later. So we'll just go through first and let's just mark up our list here with those we want further discussion on. Okay, Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. As you know, we periodically look at items on the Historic Resources Inventory to see if some need to be elevated or removed. And I had an intern, Devin Stuzen, here in the spring. He was a graduate from Columbia University, helping go through these. And so it's a lot of training and a lot of learning. So if there's a few mistakes, I apologize. I try to review them carefully, but there's a lot of them. So we'll get going and see what we see. This one, 15 West Los Olivos Street. I think it's really unusual and unique. And I think I have the original drawings put on the report because we pulled the original drawings and it actually had this design, which to me looks so unusual. Have this American colonial sort of form with some terracotta detailing around the roof. I think we're trying to comply with the city's initiative to Spanicize, Spanicize the city. It looks like it's been Spanicized. I don't know how else to describe it, but I had thought maybe that would be a later addition, but it was actually designed that way in 1928. Would you want me just to keep going to the next one, or do you?
Yeah. So, well, now to the commissioners, would anyone like further? And basically the idea will be if you agree with the report or not, but the conclusions of the report, and that this does, and so Ms. Hernandez, you can also give a quick summary of, well, not summary, but just mention in your presentation what you found and for, as your conclusion, and then I can ask if there needs to be more discussion about it or if everyone's just in agreement with the report.
Right. So this one we found significant. These were done before the ordinance changed, so I tried to change the ordinance to the new one, but we did find it significant because of its unique style. It's pretty unusual to have those two forms combined, and it's kind of an interesting way they tried in the 1920s to comply with our Spanish colonial revival sort of mandate for the city.
All right, great. So are there any commissioners that would like more discussion on this item? And probably because they don't agree with the report, but would like more discussion on this item. Okay, hearing none, let's go on to the next one.
Okay, so some of these were difficult to photograph because of the large hedges, but on this one, 229 West Figueroa, we did still see a lot of the Queen Anne detailing that was on the 1978 survey. So we thought it would still qualify for the Queen Anne detailing that it had. It was constructed in 1885. And we did think it still qualified to stay on the report. It also has one of the unique sandstone walls lining the streetscape, the ashlar cut ones. That's pretty much.
Okay. So.
I have a
would
question.
any- Oh, yes. Commissioner Edmonds.
Question. I'm following along on my computer and the next one is doesn't compute with what you're showing. So am I off?
I'm
Can
following.
you say that
along.
again? You were broken up a little bit from my end. Commissioner Edmonds?
Yeah, I'm
Are you-
sorry. I couldn't quite understand what you were saying. So I'm showing on the reports following on our HLC link that the next one is West Valerio, but is that not?
I was just using the exhibit A that's attached to your agenda. We're going down that order. It's 229 West Figueroa.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Will you-
the chart, if you download
okay.
from the website, that
Right.
agenda
Yeah,
chart.
I'm
that'll help.
following the staff reports online.
It
So
just
I'll,
says, it mixes up the order a little bit differently.
okay, all right, thank you.
No worries.
So
All right, so with 229 West Figueroa Street, is there anyone that would like more discussion or does not agree with the report? Conclusions of the report?
I don't agree with the conclusions or would like to discuss it more.
Okay, we'll put it on the discussion list. Come back to it. All right. Thank you. Let's go on to the next one.
This is 230 East Figueroa Street. And we found them Queen Anne. East Lake is also a Victorian style. They have had some alterations, and you can see that when you even look at the 1978 photos, like the gable edition, but they're still pretty familiar sites within El Pueblo Viejo as well. And the next one down is 234 East Figueroa. They're next door neighbors to each other.
Okay. And do we want to pull that one up as well? Because I think they're probably going to be talked about together. One. Okay. And okay, so and anyone would like further discussion or does not agree with the conclusions of the report for either 230 or 234?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Mahan.
230, I want to vote no, so I guess I don't agree with the report.
Okay, so we'll have it for further discussion. We'll circle back and discuss it. 230 and then 234. Do you have the similar feelings for? You want to have more discussion about?
Can you bring that back up again, the picture back up again? 234.
And they were both by the same owner that had redone both of them that we heard.
Mr. Chair and to the commission, I'm not sure if you can see the photo on your end. On my screen, which I'm sharing, it's not showing up. I think
I don't know why.
my poor computer is struggling here.
It's the one with.
Can you try zooming out and then maybe zooming back in?
There we go. You can see it on the second page, maybe, because you can see the 1978 survey photo compared to now. They did add the little like stick detailing in the roof, but there's still quite a bit of historic material there, and it's in El Pueblo Viejo again.
Okay, so and we will. Any commissioners want to have 234 come for additional discussion and/or not agree with the report? And no, it's not. We're not seeing the image on the other page, but we should all have it as well.
I guess my problem is I just don't feel like they have what is necessary to be a structure of merit. They're not stuccolos, as Commissioner Lenbeck calls some of the small Spanish houses, obviously, but they seem to be in that same category to me. They don't seem to rise to the level that I would expect a structure of merit to be. So I don't know if anyone else feels that.
Okay, so let's put it on the list to discuss then. Let's have a discussion about it. Okay, so we have 230 and 234 to discuss. Okay, let's move along to the next one.
312 East Pedregosa. This was designed in 1929, and it is designed in the it's like a Monterey and American colonial style. If you have it in front of you, it has a really nice Monterey balcony. It has true divided light windows. It retains almost all its original appearance and features from the original drawings, which are in the report. And I think it's a good example of that style, and it retains a lot of high integrity.
And just because Ms. Hamilton may be having trouble with sharing the report, do you want me to try a share screen and see if it'll work?
Yeah.
Let's see if you guys can see this.
There we go. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you can see on the page 2, the original drawing is on the bottom, and it really does, it has really high integrity when it was designed. And it's Edwards and Plunkett.
All right.
So for those reasons, we did recommend it.
All right. Any commissioners would like this more discussion or disagree with the conclusions of the report? All right, hearing none, we can go on to the next.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I apologize for the interruption. I'm going to have to go ahead and switch computers here. This one is not working. So, Mr. Chair, if you feel comfortable, feel free to continue pulling up the reports on your screen. Otherwise, we can take a brief recess.
Yeah, I think we can do it. And if I'm having too much trouble, we can always take a recess. But let's keep on seeing if this works.
All right, thank you. I'll be right back.
All right, Ms. Hernandez.
Yes.
Next one.
The next one is 327 West Figueroa. This was identified significant in the 1978 survey and put on the potentials list and historic resources inventory then. It's a unique little cottage built in 1912, and it has that really unique arch opening into the duplex, which has the pane over panel doors, and it does have some really nice leaded divided lights in the windows. It's a nice little cottage, I think, and a good example of a cottage from 1912. And it has some sisters on the block. I don't know why they weren't added to the potential, list in 1978 when they did that, because they kind of all go together, but this one was singled out.
All right. Okay, so any commissioners want to discuss this more or do not agree with the conclusions of the report?
Mr.
Right,
Chair, I don't agree. I don't agree with the conclusions of the report. I would like to discuss it further.
All right.
Chair, I don't agree with the report either.
Okay. All right, let's put it on to discuss. So let's go on to the next one.
The next one is 400 West Figueroa Street, and it is sort of a unique building. The designer was Peter Poole, who designed quite a few, especially stone buildings in the early part of the 1900s. And this was designed in 1903. And he has some unique sandstone elements in the porch. You can see those large sandstone columns. it has like the wood divided light transoms, and it's kind of it's an unusual sort of early arts and crafts style building with all the sandstone incorporated into it. And it was designed again in 1906.
Okay, so any commissioners not agree with the conclusions of the report or would like to discuss this more?
Okay, should we keep going? The next one is 401 East Pedregosa Street, and that one is a large craftsman style house built in 1912. It has some really unique large brackets under the front gable, and really great examples of divided light windows and shingle siding. Really, it has like the really unique, huge, like really wide divided light door that's so common for craftsmen. So this is a good early example of the craftsman style.
And an original hitching post.
And an original.
Okay. All right, so any commissioners want to discuss this more, or if you do not agree with the conclusions of the report? All right. In that case, let's go on to the next one.
The next one is 518 East Pedregosa, and this one I did not actually find it met a high enough integrity to qualify or exemplify a unique style. They did all the windows, since it was put on the inventory, the windows were replaced with vinyl, and it doesn't have any other character defining features really of a specific style that would bring it to an outstanding level. So I did not think this qualified as a historic resource.
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
And Ms. Hernandez.
Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you. I'm back on. I think I hope I figured out what was going on with the computer. Which property are we on currently?
Yeah, you got it right. The 518.
Okay, great. Fingers crossed.
All right. So I did have actually more questions about this one, so I wanted to ask, I guess no matter what, others might as well, but I have some questions about this, so I did want to mark this for discussion.
Okay.
Come back to it. All right. We'll go for the next one.
519 East Pedregosa is across the street from 518, and it's a nice 1920s example of a craftsman style. It has shingle siding in the top. It has the true divided lights. It has a sandstone foundation, and seems to retain all its historic integrity and character defining features of the craftsman style.
All right. Any commissioners not agree with the report or would like to discuss more?
519, we're looking at 519.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
519.
I disagree with the report.
Okay. All right.
522 West Los Olivos Street was designed in 1924 in the English vernacular style. and it was found significant in the 1978 survey for exemplifying the English vernacular style. It does need some paint and such, but it does still retain all its original character, windows and doors and massing.
Right. So anyone like to discuss this more or not agree with the report? All right. In that case, let's go on.
So the next one is 918 Garcia Road, and we did make some corrections. It was designed by Alex Alfonso, but he was not an architect. He was a designer and contractor. He designed this one in 1948, so it's more of a mid-century example of his interpretation of the Spanish colonial revival with this tile roofs and stucco walls and divided light windows, rounded arches. It's more of a small example of the mid-century interpretation of the style.
Right. And any commissioners do not agree with the report or would like to discuss it more?
Okay.
Commissioner Lenvik,
yes, I would like to discuss it more. Thank you.
Okay. All right. All right, on to the next one.
30 West Valerio Street. This is an example of the Queen Anne Free Classic, which is a style at the early 1900s. This one was done in 1900 that is moving away from the more elaborate Queen Anne's towards more classical styles like the classical columns on the front porches and the massing, yet still keeping some Queen Anne features like the fish scale shingles in the gable and the more ornate transoms in the windows and doors. And we found it's a very good example of that style.
Right, any commissioners wish to discuss this more or not agree with the report? Right. We'll move on.
Um, 25 West Mason Street was found significant in a historic structures report that was accepted by the commission, actually. So that's when it was put on the list. It's really noted for being an industrial vernacular building down by the train tracks. And it was built by Snook and Kenyon, and it was built in 1914.
All right. Any commissioners like this more discussion or do not agree with the report?
I don't agree with the report and think it needs more discussion.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
All right.
Okay, this next one is 20 West Valerio Street, is built in 1887. And this is an Italianate style house, now used for multifamily, that meets all the criteria for having outstanding features of the Italianate style that it still retains, and it still retains high integrity of this with all its original features. So. Nothing on that. We can move to the next.
All right.
slide.
Anyone, so for that one, anyone want more discussion or does not agree with the conclusions of the report? All right, let's go on to the next one.
The next one is 32 West Valerio Street. This was constructed in 1892, also in the Queen Anne pre-classic style, where it's not quite as exuberant as some of the Queen Anne's, but still exemplifies some more elaborate features mixed with classical features. And it does retain almost all its original features and is really a good example of the style and has high integrity.
All right. Anyone not agree with the report or want more discussion on this? All right, let's go on to the next one.
Then we have the next one is 34 East Mission, which was another early example of the craftsman style constructed in 1912. With lots of the craftsman features like the wide overhanging eaves and divided light upper sashes and wide front door and square columns on the front porch.
Right. Any commissioners would like more discussion on this property or not agree with the report? Right. On to the next one.
203 West Valerio Street. This is a Queen Anne. It does also have more of a, it looks like a Queen Anne pre-classic porch put on a Queen Anne that was, looks like a little bit later than the original would have been, just because it cuts off the corner right there. But I think it was such an early addition. It has now grown in its own significance in its own right, because it would have been put on with that style in 1900, so early in the life of the house. But it has, I talked to the owner's son, and he said his dad worked many years restoring the house. So he kind of grew up under the restoration, which was pretty interesting. And it really does retain all of its original character defining features.
All right. Any commissioners want more discussion or feel that they do not agree with the report? All right. Move on to the next one.
Okay. The next one is 228 West, or 227, sorry, 227 West Valerio. This one is more of a stick style, and built in 1887. The stick style is a Victorian style, which is just a little more blocky with some stick features like in the bay window. And it's just a nice simple stick style house, still retaining high integrity and conveying its original appearance.
All right. Any commissioners want more discussion on this or not agree with the report? All right. Let's move on to the next one.
228 West Mission Street, and it's in a row along with 230, but and they were a little row of sort of vernacular bungalows. They don't really express one specific style. They were designed in 1922. They have sort of ornate, more Victorian looking brackets and more craftsman looking windows and stucco siding. So they're a little bit a hodgepodge, and there have been some alterations, as you can see with the here on this in this center photo. So that would have been an enclosure, but we did find it. Mostly it just expresses that vernacular expression of the time in bungalows, and I think it was originally added to the inventory in 1978 with those original surveys.
anyone feel like this needs more discussion or does not agree with the conclusions of the report?
I don't find this, yeah, we need to discuss this further.
Okay. Right. Let's go on to the next one.
The next one is also constructed in 1922. You can see they were almost like twins, but they've been altered in different ways. But this one has the arched openings. It still has the ornate brackets under the eaves, which are more Victorian, and the stucco siding. So another little vernacular cottage from 1922.
Mr. Chair, I think that one needs more discussion.
All right.
I agree.
Took the words out of my mouth.
Yes.
All right. All right, let's go on to the next one.
The next one is 306 West Mission Street. This one is a Queen Anne, and unfortunately, it used to probably sit on a really big lot, as a lot of the Queen Anne's did. They were set way back purposely so they could kind of rule over the property. And the property was divided and they built apartments right in front of it. So all you can sort of see is this intact Queen Anne poking out. We couldn't get great photos of it, but it was added to the Historic Resources List in 1986. So it still does have a lot of Queen Anne features. It's just hidden. The reason why I probably know, this is a good example why the Secretary of Interior standards does not allow us to put buildings in front of historic buildings. That's a good for building.
And just as a point of clarification, this is on the historic inventory currently, right?
Correct. Yeah. I think I tried to correct them all. That was a mistake. The intern did these before the ordinance changed. So I'll have to correct it. Yeah.
Okay.
Transitional reports.
Yep. No, thank you. All right. So any commissioners feel like this needs more discussion or do not agree with conclusions of the report?
Yes.
Yes.
Needs more discussion.
All right.
Then we have 315.
On to the next one.
Yeah, 315 West Valerio. This is a simple Queen Anne structure designed in 1892 and still retains most of its original features and can convey its original appearance of a Queen Anne style building.
Right. And all right, is there anyone that feels this needs more discussion or?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Lendick.
I think this is a fine building. I think that the staff mischaracterizes the architecture of many of these buildings, which he says are Queen Anne. At best, you could call this a folk Victorian, but I don't have any objection to this being designated, but I have a real objection to what I think the staff is misidentifying the architectural character of a lot of these houses as Queen Anne. And I could go back and talk about a number of them, but anyway, I don't object to it, but I think we need to talk more about what these are. It certainly is not a Queen Anne house. So I will object to that from the standpoint of the staff report, yes.
Yeah, okay, so let's put that on as a discussion item, especially something as major as the style to discuss.
Yes, yes.
Okay, whereas if there's little pieces or what have you within the report, that there's always things, typos and whatever that can get corrected, but that isn't necessary to be part of the big discussion, but something bigger like this makes sense. Okay, so we'll put it on to discuss. On to the next one.
This is 318 West Valerio Street, and it is Queen Anne, built in 1875 and still retains much of its original appearance. to qualify as a historic resource.
Commissioner Lundick, you're not going to tell me that this is a folk Victorian, are you?
No, it's not. It happens to be a Queen Anne, actually, which
No,
I think you'll agree with, but
no.
I will object to it because it is not a, we need more discussion on this.
Okay, sounds good. We'll put it on the list. Okay, on to the next one.
This is 723, 725 East Montecito Street. It was designed in 1922 with additions in 1936. It's always been Mission Linen Supply. I did not find it had any character defining features or style. It does not retain any original materials as well. All the windows have been replaced. So I did not find that it had the requisite historic integrity to qualify as a historic resource.
Okay, so for this one, if anyone wants more discussion or if they disagree with the report, it means that they do think that it has merit and they do want to either keep it on the historic inventory or move it to a historic resource. So if you object with
more discussion.
More discussion. Okay, more discussion. Sounds good. All right. And on to the last one. Is that correct?
This was a Spanish colonial revival style building designed by Edwards and Plunkett and Howell in 1927. It is on Plaza Bonita, and it still retains almost all its original integrity and matches the original drawings that we have in the office. So I found that it does qualify as a historic resource.
All right, commissioners, anyone would like more discussion on this or disagree with the conclusions of the report? And actually, if you could, Mr. Hamilton, scroll down to the garage shot at the bottom of this report. I just hearing that there isn't any need for discussion, and then if you can zoom in on that one. I found this is a great shot showing that super depth of the garage and Edwards and Plunkett giant buttressing of corners. So anyway, thought it was a fun one to just see. And I know that the owner's here, and I'm looking forward to moving it along with their project as well. So, all right, any commissioners feel more discussions needed for this? Last call. All right, in that case, we'll move on. Okay, so now we've gone through the list.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Mayhem.
I'd like to return to item number 1. I don't agree with the report on item number 1, 15 West Los.
Okay. Okay, so let's circle back to that now. Let's kick it off with that. And I think in the past, what we've done is had the discussion and then had a straw vote for what everyone, what the commission feels. And then that way we can have, we can work through the in particular ones that we don't have agreement on. So, so why don't we kind of go with that as our mode and see if we can work through these.
Mr.
All right,
Chair,
so Commissioner Mann, did you want to
can we look at the earlier photograph before it got enhanced? The earlier photo. Yeah, there it is. I mean, you call this a colonial, right, in your report?
It has colonial massing of an American colonial. American colonials had this symmetry, and then they added the Spanish tiles to it, and that was in the original drawings from 1927. It's unusual for sure, but it does have more of the massing of American colonial, and the materials of more of the Spanish.
And with that, you're talking about the gambrel roof, and then with the single pitch giant dormer that's popping out.
Yeah, it's a really unusual.
Yeah. I thought that this was for sure a remodel at Versailles.
I did too, but it wasn't.
I don't feel that this is a colonial enough. It's not colonial. I mean, the three windows on each side of the door, I think is excessive for colonial architecture. I think that the proportions of the upstairs windows are wrong for colonial. And then the tile is absurd. And I just don't think that it just does not raise to a structure of merit, in my opinion. Thank you.
Other commissioners want to comment on it?
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
I would second Mr. Mahan's comments. We've got to be careful about what we designate in this city. And this does not meet, I think, the minimum standards we might have. So I would agree with Mr. Mahan.
Okay. Anyone, any differing opinions? I agree with Commissioner Mahan. It is an absurd building, but I also find that it's because it's so shockingly different to this combination of these two styles that it's also unique in that way. I don't think a structure of merit necessarily, but I do think just having it on the in the inventory is a fine place for it because it is, unusual and historic and a combination of styles that wasn't repeated, so that's pretty unique. So I would be comfortable with it at that level. But anyone else, other thoughts? And I think maybe what we try to do is, because there's different levels, and obviously no one's proposing landmark for this, because there's different levels, perhaps we go starting at the top of whatever anyone or the report thinks, and do a straw vote for that, and then a straw vote for the next lowest, and then if it doesn't win any one of those, then it's off the list. Is basically what was probably a good way of seeing where we think it falls for this and other properties. So any other last comments before we go to straw votes on whether we think it's a historic resource worthy, inventory worthy, or not at all? Okay, so in that case, let's say, first let's do a straw vote. I want to make sure I can see everyone. Hold on, let me widen my screen here. And if you can both raise your hand and say aye or something, say something when we're talking for one versus the other. So let me actually switch my view. There we go, side-by-side gallery, I can see everyone, I think. Okay, so for those that think this is a structure of merit worthy, which is what the report concludes, please raise your hand and say aye. All right, seeing none, that's 0. So we'll go to the next. Those who think that this should stay on the inventory list, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All right, and then I guess that's 2 to 5. So it looks like it is going to be removed from the list altogether. That is the conclusion for 15 West Olivos.
You didn't want to do a straw vote for landmark just so that you included everything?
All right, fine, Commissioner Uli, for you. It's so exquisite of a crazy thing that it deserves to be landmarked forever. Just as a sign of what you shouldn't ever try to do in architecture. All right. Okay, well, let's move on to the next one that got starred here. So that was number 2, which was 229 West Figueroa Street. And so those who did not agree with the report or wanted to discuss this, would you like to speak up, make your arguments, okay? Or ask for questions of what you wanted to discuss more?
I'm looking for my notes. I think one of the problems I have is that you can't see this house. Number one. So we're taking it on faith that the lower 2/3 of the house is equal to the upper 1/3 of the house. And I just can't find my notes here on 229 West Figueroa Street.
Isn't there an earlier photograph of it without the hedge?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, can we zoom in on that? And I'm
Yes,
trying
on
to
the next
pull-
page, there's an earlier one.
There it is. There it is without the hedge.
It just, the architecture does not warrant a structure of merit designation, even remaining on the list. Again, was that identified as a Queen Anne? You see, that has no characteristics of a Queen Anne in that house, none whatsoever. And if you call it something else, it may warrant designation, but it's not a Queen Anne. It's not even a folk Queen Anne, you know.
Yeah, it seems like there's some details that are East Lake-ish or Stickish in the gable and the transition of materials. I think the use of multiple materials or multiple siding and multiple details like that is probably what is the closest to the Queen Anne. I mean, and I think that part of the problem is there's going to be these pieces that are Victorian for sure, late Victorian, but they're very simple, or they only use some of the Queen Anne details of the style books at the time, and they didn't get really fancy with everything and go crazy with it, but they just had a few of the details.
So, I mean, you might call it folk. You might call it folk Victorian, but even folk Victorian has a steeper pitched roof than what we see here. And the only thing, and I still can't find my notes from when I was over there. The only thing to me that warrants any reasonable designation is the fact that it's got some interesting trim up in the gable end. But other than that, it does not warrant keeping it on the list or designation.
All right. Any other thoughts on this before we go through our list here to vote or straw votes? Okay, so let's start with as a historic resource. Then we'll go to the inventory.
So I found my notes. So this has got a plaster exterior. It's heavily modified as well. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, so that's a good point in my mind in terms of the change of the, because if you zoom into the historic one, photo down below, part of the Queen Anne-ness of it, or stick or whatever, the late Victorian period of it is having that vertical, I don't know if it's board and batten, it doesn't quite look like it, looks like a vertical siding, and then the fish scale shingles underneath, if that's what they are. And it looks like from the photo, as best we can tell, that has all been either removed or plastered over. So that is taking away a decent chunk of its integrity. And I don't know what the rest of the building looks like either, but if it does have a lot of other pieces, I would still say it would be worthy of staying on the inventory, but not a historic resource. But part of the problem is we don't have enough information in particular in my mind for this one, and definitely not for as a historic resource. So I don't know, any other thoughts on this before we go to a straw vote? All right, so let's go to a straw vote. Those who think this is worthy of being a historic resource, please raise your hand. All right, no one. Those of you who think it should be kept in the inventory, please raise your hand. Say aye. Aye. Okay, I'm seeing 3, Commissioner Jordan, myself, and Commissioner Mahan. So that is a 4-3 vote. So now it'll be removed from the list. Okay. This is the conclusion. All right. Okay, let's go on to the next one, which I think is 230 East Figueroa, and we'll handle these separately, 230 and 234 East Figueroa. Okay, so 230 East Figueroa first. I did want to just, I'll jump in with one thing first with this shot, if you can zoom way in before, and I just want to point out one particular thing that was in my mind was important to you. And then if you can zoom in even a little more on the trellis in particular. So one of the things that I thought was that with the new trellis, and as well, you can see that some of the members, they don't have a cross beam that's actually catching it visually. Obviously the attachments from above or something else, some other way. But one of the points with this trellis that I found was it's doing its own thing. It's not matching the style, and it doesn't conform to how they would have done a trellis with this house of East Lake or a Queen Anne or anything of the late 1880s and 90s. So that was one thing I just wanted to point out in terms of that trellis in particular. So, all right, and so anyone now back to the board for other commissioners for what their comments on it were.
Well, again, this is Ed Lenvik again. This is not a Queen Anne. If we can get ourselves past that point, we may be making some progress, but it is not a Queen Anne. It might be a folk Victorian, or it might be a, whatever, but it is not a Queen Anne.
Chair?
Okay. Commissioner Mahan?
Yeah, I feel like that the enhancements to it are really not appropriate to the original style of the house, whatever style it was. And so I think that it's been degraded by that, by all of this extra stuff that's been put in front of it and above it. And I think that it maybe it should be kept on the list, but yeah, I don't think that it should be a structure of merit. I won't vote for it as a structure of merit.
Okay. Other comments from other commissioners? All right. So let's go to a straw vote for this as well. So we'll start with it as a structure of merit. Does anyone, all those who feel that it should be a structure of merit, please raise your hand and say aye. All right. All those who feel it should stay on the list, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All right, and then that means it's being removed from the list. All right. So it's 2-5 at the end. So we're removing this one. All right, and then the number 4, which is address 234 East Figueroa, which is the neighboring property. Thoughts on this one? And whether it's, I think it's similar, but it's at least more Queen Anne, at least with if the fish scales and other pattern work along that whatever the wainscot level is, if those are original, which they were at least in the older photo they were there, then it's of that period, of the Queen Anne period, whether it's simple or not. And then as well, whether it's East Lake, the East Lake influence of things. But now, as the owner had said, although this is a question to Ms. Hernandez, so is the detail in the gable, was that added later, the pink detail up in the gable? Do we know if that was an added portion later?
Sure, go back to the original elevation.
Yes, it was added later. I think they added them to both houses. You can see there's the 1978 survey, which has a little more simple and less elaborate.
And along that base, that water table area, was those shingles, those fish scale shingles, and do we know if those were added later? Or if those were
I could not see them in the 1978 survey.
Can we zoom into that photograph? And then we might want to open public comment back up actually to discuss a little more with the current owners who did do a lot of work. And I'm not seeing the bottom left corner of that. I don't know if it is on exactly the same spot. Actually, can we go back up to that original photograph, the first front photograph? Just want to see if we can see the level which those shingles come to.
Yeah.
But the very, sorry, the opening photograph, the very front of the report.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe let's to get some more clarity on this, on what was done. Let's maybe open it up to the open up public comment for the to the owner, so we can have additional questions for them as to what was done with this house in particular. And so is the owner here?
Thank you, commissioners. If the owner for this project is present, can you please click on the raise your hand icon and I will call on you.
I think you'll also see in the report they enclosed the front porch too, which is one of the big elements of a quaint Victorian house is the front porch.
All right, so I see Paul Cook has raised their hand. So I will go ahead and unmute you. And you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Well, I'm just here to answer questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Cook. Okay, so now that we have the front shot pulled up. So what of this, what were there original, these original shingles on the bay window at the base of the bay window? Were those original? Were there originally shingles like that there?
Well, since it was built in 1890, I can't remember that far back.
when you got a hold of the property?
We bought it in 2002, and like I mentioned, it was completely dilapidated. This was all behind vegetation. We did not add that. I don't know who did or when. The patio that you see on the right, we added the screen door to it, a wooden screen door with the East Lake look to them, in our opinion. But it was enclosed long before we were involved with it. We did replace the upper windows and the windows all around the side of the house. We did add the gable decoration to it, and we came up with that wonderful paint job that was approved by the, I forgot what hearing it was, but the historical review that we went through for color changes, because in this area, all they allowed was 5 shades or 6 shades of white, and that just didn't seem right for a Victorian. It is a Victorian, and our architect said it was East Lake. It's, in our opinion, in our architect's opinion, it's not Queen Anne, as was pointed out by several members here. We just don't want it designated as a structure of merit. And we were told it was taken off the list because all the windows have been replaced, except for that front. You can see the front with the leaded glass and so forth. And we thought that was lovely and kept that, of course. And then the building's a 3-unit building, and it's been added on a number of times over the years by different people.
Gotcha. So just a question regarding the windows. So that double hung window that I see with the air conditioner in it, is that still wood, and is it the original window just tuned up, or is it a new window of a different material, or what is it?
No, it's a brand new window. They got rid of the lead or the cast iron weights inside with the ropes, and it's a friction on some kind of a plastic or Teflon on the sides. So it's, it is wood. And we put the Well, it's just a totally replaced window.
Gotcha. But are the divisions for those windows on the front, were those the same as what they were before? Divisions meaning like, was it like a 2/2, like the one that we're talking about in the upper level?
You could probably look at your old picture and it'd be a better remembrance than what I remember.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions for the owner? Okay, all right, thank you very much. And we're gonna go back to the commission now to make a straw vote on this. All right, so and commissioners, any other last discussion before we go to straw vote on this? All right, so any commissioners that feel this should be a structure of merit, please raise your hand and say aye. All right, Commissioner Mahan, all right. And you can vote, the other thing is I should be clear about, you can vote more than once. We're starting at the top so that we're gonna hit the first one that actually clears things. And if none of them do, then the answer is no, and it's off. All right, the next one is as staying on the list. All those who feel it should stay on the list, the historic inventory list, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Got 3, okay. And then so that means that it does not pass or qualify, is removed from the list. All right. On to the next question, or just one for discussion, is 327 West Figueroa Street. 6th item, or 6th part of this item. All right. Anyone who wants to kick this off? Comment?
Mr. Chair.
Or question? Commissioner Mahan?
It's a very humble house and that's wonderful, but I just don't think that it qualifies as a structure of merit, in my opinion.
And in your opinion, do you think it qualifies to stay on the?
I think it'd be okay for it. I think it'd be okay to stay on the list, but it's not a structure of merit.
Right. Other thoughts on it? All right. Let's do a straw vote. Those who think it should be a structure of merit, please raise your hand and say aye. All right. Those who feel it should be on the historic inventory, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
I see. All right. I see 4, so that's 4, and then Commissioner Lenvik, Commissioner Uli, and Commissioner Manuel do not feel that. So it's 4-3, so that one does stay on the inventory. All right, let's move on to the 9th part item, 518 East Pedregosa. All right, so this one I had a question for Ms. Hernandez. So if we zoom in, and looks like, and zoom in, if we zoom in even more, well, as far as I can figure out, looking at this, it looks like it has the moldings that are raking down the gable, and it has the moldings that are on the corner that are turning the corner. And then how that's resolved. It looks like the gutter has been added in this case all the way along. Yep. And then the downspout, and then the windows look like they're maybe, I don't want to say vinyl, but maybe they are, and the muntins and are on the other side, on the inside, so the reflection you're seeing through it, and it's like maybe not even glass or something. It's like plexiglass on them.
You're correct. Those are all vinyl windows.
Okay. And is the trim around it vinyl as well, or is it the original trim?
I think it's the original wood trim.
Okay, and then it has a vinyl inset window.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then if we can zoom in the other spots as well. because in the sightings original, trying to see if there's much else of the original of it, but okay. All right. So okay, that was what, and your report concluded that it is not, that it should be removed from the list. Is that correct? Oh, you're muted.
We found it did not have the integrity. It doesn't have enough authentic features to convey its original appearance.
Okay, so it seems to me that it seems like the windows are I'll make the pitch. I think the windows are an unfortunate thing, but because the frames are still there and the wall's still there and a few other details are still there, and yeah, the gutter was added, but it's just a gutter. That it seems like it still is enough for it to stay on to be on the list, as opposed, but not a structure of merit in my mind, because basically it's been the windows that have been swapped out. I don't know what others feel, but it seems like most of the rest of it was still there, and even the window division seemed at least reasonable enough for that style in terms of the number, although they look terrible on vinyl and with interior muntin. So I would be up for being on the list, but any other thoughts on it, and how others feel about it?
I support the staff's conclusion.
Okay. Anyone disagree with the staff's conclusion? Okay. All right. Then we won't even take a straw vote. It's dead on arrival. Whereas it's okay. So we'll agree with the staff's conclusion and remove it from the list. Okay. On to item 10, which was 519 East Pedregosa, or the 10th item on the list here. All right. Who wants to start us off that wanted to discuss this one? Was it Commissioner Lenvik or Commissioner Mahan that had wanted to discuss?
I have it noted as discussion. I just feel like it's that the structure of merit should stand out as special architecture. I don't think that this is special architecture. I think it's unfortunate. This bay window is very poorly placed, and I wonder even if it's original. I just don't think that it's not a nice piece of architecture, and consequently, in my mind, it shouldn't be a structure of merit.
Okay. Do you see it as still staying on the list, or is it on the list right now, or at least being on the list of?
I could not support it to be on the list either.
Okay. All right. Other thoughts on this? All right. My thought on it is that I think it definitely should be on the list, because it does look almost all original and there is a decent level. But I do agree with Commissioner Mahan that it's not an exceptional, beautiful design of craftsmen, but it does have some nice features and some nice things, and so I think it at least deserves to be on the list. So if there's no other thoughts, let's go to a straw vote. Start with the historic resource. Does anyone feel like it should be structure of merit? Does anyone feel like it should be a structure of merit? Raise your hand and say aye. All right. On the historic inventory, those feel like it should be on the historic inventory, raise your hand and say aye. All right, aye. All right, so we got 4, Commissioner Jordan, myself, Commissioner Edmonds, and Commissioner Manuel. And then, so that's 4-3. So we'll leave it on the list. Stay on the list. All right. Okay, let's go on to the next one, which got earmarked for discussion. 918 Garcia, that was the 12th part of this item. All right. So who, was Commissioner Landis, were you the one that wanted to discuss this one?
Yes,
You're muted. You're
Oh,
muted.
you're muted. Thought you were just at a loss for words.
I was taken aback when I read the staff report originally, and I understand that Ms. Hernandez has changed it. It identified Alfonso as an architect, and not only an architect, but an extremely good architect. And we all know that Alfonso was a builder, and he did his own plans. I don't think it is outstanding. It's a well-maintained house, but its only characteristic of Spanish colonial revival is the fact that it's got a plaster exterior and a tile roof. I mean, the windows aren't deeply recessed. I mean, it does not have the major characteristics of a Spanish colonial revival. So it's a pleasant house, but I don't believe it warrants designation as a structure of merit.
Okay. Other thoughts on it, Commissioner Edmonds?
I agree. Actually, this house is in my neighborhood, and I walk my dog by it all the time. And it's in person, there is nothing outstanding about it. In fact, as you can see, the garage is underneath. It's got the stairways. It looks like, it's almost looks like an apartment building in some ways. The tile on the roof is new. It doesn't strike me as a structure of merit. And there are a lot of Delfonsos in this neighborhood, but I was shocked to read the report that this was a Delfonso.
I agree with those comments.
Okay. Anyone think it should be a structure of merit?
No, I'm
Yeah.
just curious how that door works there on the back with the porch offset from it. I just,
You jump. The leap of faith. All right, so it's sounding like there's not a lot of support, or there's no one supporting it being a structure of merit. Those who think it should stay on the list as the historic inventory, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Wow, Alex is not getting love today. All right, in that case, it looks like it's everyone else is thinking to have it removed, so we'll remove it from the list. All right, on to 25 East Mason, which is the 14th. All right, who wants to?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Mahan.
In terms of discussion, why the building doesn't look like the drawings that are included in the report? Can we see the drawings? Yeah. I mean, that isn't the same building, is it, that we're looking at here?
I think it is. The pilasters are just very subtle, so in drawing they pop out. But I think that, and there's windows that have been filled in.
These four windows flanked by column, there's four windows on the second floor and four windows on the third floor flanked by columns, and it's repeated. I don't see that. Maybe the photograph is just
I think
wrong.
Devin, who prepared this, took this from the structures report. I think that's what they might have been proposing, and I didn't catch it. He did like 100 of these, and I was reviewing them, but I think that might have just been from the structures report as a proposed project, not exactly what they did.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I'll correct that.
It doesn't look like the drawing that shows the four windows.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like that there are four windows anymore. It looks like there are two windows.
Yeah, I don't think that they were approved that way.
So Ms. Hernandez, what you're saying is these drawings were actually for a proposed
Yeah.
design to this project.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
And not,
those are proposed drawings, not original drawings.
Yeah, I think he got confused on that one. I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
It's confusing.
Okay, so-
Yes.
Took it from the structures report. Yeah,
can we zoom into the photograph in the top left corner? That's probably the best shot
Yes.
of the corner that we
Yes.
have.
and it's from
And then
a,
if you can zoom in even more.
right, and it does have, what is original are these steel windows? And the structures report was completed by Alex Cole and accepted by the commission, I think in 2007, but, when
And
she-
has
when they
anything
found it.
changed since then? And it was made a structure of merit, is that correct?
No, it
Or
was
is that
just
just for
added
the,
to
that was
the,
just to keep it on the inventory, or is that not in, well, at the
Yeah.
time it was the
it
potential.
was added to the
Okay.
inventory, just because whenever a report finds a building significant, our ordinance says it goes to the inventory.
Gotcha. Yep, okay.
Well, I personally feel it should be removed from the list. I don't think that, I mean, the architects, the builders, you know, the railroad, nobody is of significance in that era to us. And I don't think we should be holding up this kind of building as something which we think we take pride in Santa Barbara. I think it should be removed from the list.
I agree. I agree with that.
I agree with that.
All right, well, let's, any other thoughts before we go to vote? It sounds like anyone think that this should be a structure of merit? I'll start there. I'm assuming that no. Okay, so let's just vote on whether we think it should be on the list or not. So all those who think it should be on the list or stay on the list, raise your hand, say aye, aye. All right, looks like it is being removed from the list. All right, on to, we are on to 228 West Mission, item 20. All right, thoughts on this?
No, I think that this building and its neighbor 230 should be removed from the list, you know, without a lot of discussion. I mean, there's nothing here which, you know, I don't know. I don't know how it got on the list even, but I don't think it deserves a lot of wasted time on our part.
I
All
support
right,
that.
other thoughts? Other thoughts? Okay, yeah, I not just because it's dilapidated, but I think because it's also looks like it's been messed with pretty seriously, and it didn't really have much of anything to begin with in terms of detail on that. So agree as well. All right, so it's sounding like, is there anyone that doesn't agree with that? We're moving it. Okay, so that one's removed. All right, number 230 West Mission.
Same comment.
Can we scroll to the bottom? I had a question about this one. I think it was this one. Let's see. Yeah, can we zoom into the second image on the right there, the long one? So Ms. Hernandez, are those balustrades? That looks like they're really quite tight and close together. Like that's a modern code or modern build. Do we know anything about that balustrades?
Nothing, I don't know anything about them. The picture even from the 1978 survey was not very easy to detect. So, and this was kind of along the side, so it's hard.
Yeah,
I would
gotcha.
not, in my opinion, they would not be original. I
Yeah,
think they might have been
that's what I mean.
added by the owner at a later date.
Okay. All right, thanks. All right, any other thoughts or questions?
Chair, I think this is,
Yes, ma'am.
I think that this has the potential to be on the list if it were restored, but the condition that it's in now, I don't think it qualifies.
Yeah.
It has the potential for some interesting detail that hasn't been taken care of. It looks like by these photos.
Okay, any other thoughts? All right, so let's just vote whether it stays on the list, inventory list, and then if not, then it'll be removed. All those who feel that it should stay on the inventory list, raise your hand and say aye. All right, there's 2, so that's going off the list. All right, on to the next one, which is 306 West Mission. All right, thoughts, discussion on this? Mr. Lendick, were you one to?
Well, I hate to be the only one who ever talks on these things, guys. I would like Mr. Uli to actually say something here that would be profound that I could agree with. But you can't find this house. It took a while for me to figure out what was you know, how to get to it. And you get to it off Bath Street, I think. But I don't know how we can designate a building anything when we can only see the upper quarter or upper third. We don't know, we have no idea what it looks like down below. We certainly know that it, you know, if it was a nice building at one time, it had space around it. And so it's what we call Queen Anne, its Queen Anne style would logically have had a lawn or space around it. Now it's got buildings apparently right up cheek to jowl to the building. Whatever the code setback is, it's got apartments. I just don't think that we should pay this the, you know, the courtesy that it might deserve if it was located, you know, in an accessible manner, and we could see it and so on and so forth. But I won't go for something I can't see and understand its, you know, the consequences of its condition.
All right, Commissioner Gordon.
I have a question, or rather, I guess, asking for advice. I am concerned also that this is not visible enough to contribute to the visual character of the city, which is what you want structures of merit and historic structures to do. But I'm also aware that there are probably very handsome buildings in this town, private residences on estates that are not visible from the street. So is visibility a requirement, or simply something that we would desire of a structure of merit? Or is it a legal requirement?
All right, let's go to staff for that, for thoughts on those things. Ms. Hernandez? Visibility
is by the public is not a legal requirement or in our criteria. It is, you can look at the integrity criteria of setting, like does it have enough of its original setting to still convey its appearance? And that's where this one might be different from, say, an estate, which estate has its original setting that may not be visible to the public, but this setting has been altered with newer buildings built in front of it.
Thank you. I find that very helpful.
Mr. Chair.
And I would, Commissioner Mahan?
Yeah, I make the same comment that I made to one of those former buildings. I just don't think that the architecture is not beautiful. I think architecture should be beautiful. That should be #1 characteristic of significant architecture. No matter what the style, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It makes you feel wonderful. This is ugly. This is an ugly building, an ugly form. It's unique. I don't think there's another roof like this maybe in the world. It's certainly not in Santa Barbara, but it's not beautiful. And consequently, it doesn't rise to the level of being a structure of merit, in my opinion.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Mann. I wanted to just circle back real fast to Commissioner Jordan's question about setting and that as well. I guess that another piece I would add to that would be the way in which we look at the front versus the back and side elevations, just in terms of what we recommend where people add to the buildings as well. We do give a sort of extra care towards the front and the most visible things, especially from the public view, because that is something that's a quality of it. It's not the only quality, but I think that that's also a quality that should be considered. And in this case, is a good example of it being pretty well blocked. So the front of the thing is not it does not have that extra special ability to convey itself to the public in that way. So that might be an additional piece to add to that. To the point of the ugliness of this building, I agree. It definitely isn't the most handsome or well designed Queen Anne. It does seem to have enough integrity and good quality of details in those elements at least the upper portion. And I agree with Commissioner Lenvick's statement that we don't know what the lower portion looks like. And for that reason, I think that it's not. We don't have enough information to know whether it's worthy to be a structure of merit or not. And then to Commissioner Mahan's point, it's not a really beautiful thing. So it also, that is not, in my mind, not the only requirement for structures of merit, but that definitely plays a strong role in them. So, but I do think it has enough of its original integrity. And like we do care about the backs of buildings as well, even when you have this whole building set back, so you no longer have the view of the front because it's been blocked by another building. I still think that it has the integrity that deserves that at least stays on the historic list, on the not the potential list, but the contributing list. So anyway, so that's my argument and pitch for that. Any other thoughts on this before we go to voting on it?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Uli?
I don't know if I'll rise to the level of saying something profound as my fellow Commissioner Lenvick is desiring of me. But I would say primarily our effort to sift and glean from nominations is that there is a high level of context for the architecture, that the architecture is one of or the best of, exemplar of its style, whether we like the style or not, whether we agree with the style or not, the integrity level of whether or not this particular building or any building holds a majority. And in my mind, a majority would be a vast majority, a super majority, 90%, 95%, a very high percentage of integrity of the architecture. Its detailing, its massing, window placement, and context all contribute. Whether I like it or not, in my personal opinion, should not weigh upon whether or not it meets the criteria as strongly as possible. There are a number of buildings on this list that I would say, well, I would keep driving by if I were on a tour. I wouldn't stop and take any further look. And so whether, Cinderella was thought to be ugly, but she won the glass slipper eventually, didn't she? So, I would say that we should be looking to a high percentage of integrity to architectural style and context.
All right. So, and with that, any other thoughts before we have a straw vote on this? I think Commissioner Uli, maybe to put it simply in best of the show dog terms, this is maybe an okay British bulldog. It's not they're ugly. They're kind of ugly by trade, but British bulldog owners do love them and find something about them. All right, so let's go to a vote. I'm not hearing anyone saying that they think it should be a structure of merit. So let's go to just keeping it on the historic inventory. All those who feel like we should stay on the historic inventory, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All you British Bulldog haters win. All right, 2-5, so it's removed. All right, on to 315 West Valerio. We'll try to keep things moving here. All right, so let's have a quick discussion and then vote because we are well behind right now.
I think that, again, I think I mentioned when we first went down the list, I had no objection to this being, you know, designated as, you know, maybe a structure of merit or stay on the list or whatever. My objection is it is not Queen Anne. And if it's going to stay on any list, it needs to be properly identified. And I think that folk Victorian is probably the most appropriate architectural style you could pin on this building.
Along those lines, I would agree. I think it's massing is a folk Victorian with the porch on the side, two simple intersecting gables. I think that that's a fine definition for it, with sort of some Queen Anne detail brought into it, made it a little fancier than typical for folk Victorian. And they're overlapping in time periods as well, so that makes sense if people are ordering out of the same catalog. I think that makes sense as an adjustment to the report. Any other thoughts on this?
I can make that. I'll make that change on the report.
Okay. Great. Okay, so let's start from structure of merit. Those who feel this should be a structure of merit, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, we have 4-5. Okay, so Commissioner Jordan, Edmund, Manuel, Uli, and myself. So it goes on for structure of merit. All right. All right, on to 318 West Valerio. Right. Brief discussion on this, and then does anyone want to comment on this? Brilliantly or otherwise?
Well, again, I was the one that objected to it. You know, to me, it's been so modified. If I can find my notes here.
And actually, can you zoom in while you're finding notes? Can you zoom into the upper and then scroll to the lower photo?
It's been, you know, my concern is that it's been so modified, so changed, windows and trim and, you know, additions and whatever, that really all you really have now, which is interesting, is the paint job. And I just don't think it warrants structure of merit designation, stay on the list.
So along those lines, let's talk about that. It doesn't, when I'm looking at this, I think there might be some whiteout happening in that black and white photograph. But it looks like pretty much all the windows are the same. Maybe the Muntins in the center one, maybe there's some Muntins there in that lower center one. It looks like almost everything, all the other details are the same, or am I just wrong on that? It looks like the black and white photo is just sort of blown out in terms of that. Yeah. Maybe the Muntins. Can you zoom into the color a little more now, so like kind of fill the screen and see if we can see whether there's much. Oh, okay. So the Muntins on the upper sash are gone. Those Muntins on there are gone. It seems like the rest of the window configuration are, and even potentially frames are still there, and all the scale shingles and all the other siding treatments at least seem like they could be original. I don't know. Ms. Hernandez, do we have any more information about this one?
Thank
Other
you,
than what we have
Commissioners.
in-
The report talks a little bit about what they just, what it said on the 1978 survey, where they found that it did have some alterations, but they were really early on, all done by 1950. It said that it's like they turned the elevation of the house, so the home's front facade is now along the right side instead of facing the Bath Street. And it did say that it once had a bay projection front porch, but an open front porch. So those happened by 1950 though. So that's really what it talks about with those. So it was altered a lot early in its life. It said it even had a one-story addition in 1923 and additions of a second kitchen and then the 5-car garage. But so it has had some alterations, but sometimes those just are part of the history of the building by now.
Okay. Any other thoughts before we go to vote on this? All right, let's start with structure of merit. All those who feel this should be a structure of merit, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Okay, we've got 4 ayes, Commissioner Jordan, Commissioner Manuel, Commissioner Uli, and myself. So that makes it for a structure of merit. All right, and then we are on to the last one to discuss is 723 through 725 East Montecito Street.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Jordan.
this is one where I support the staff recommendation that it lacks the features and historical integrity to qualify as a structure of merit.
Right? Yeah, considering that it basically has wall and window as its only things, and all the windows are changed out. It's it's down to almost nothing of the original design detailing. Anyone else feel differently?
I agree with that. I think it doesn't have the integrity that it would need to be a structure of merit.
And what are thoughts on even removal from the list?
I would remove it from the list.
I would remove it from the list as well.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll just do one straw vote. So we'll make sure those who feel that they should stay on the list, please raise your hand and say aye. All right. It's unanimous. It's off the list. All right. It's been removed. Okay. So we have gone through all the projects and voted on straw voted on either removing them or keeping them on the inventory or making them structures of merit. So I think we have a decision on everything. Would someone like to make a motion with those decisions for our discussion?
Chair, I'll make a motion that we ratify the straw vote that you tallied.
Second.
All right. Motion by Mahan, second by Uli. Under discussion. Any discussion? All right. Ms. Triniskaya, can we please have a straw vote? I'm sorry, not straw vote. Roll call vote.
Yes, thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll start with Commissioner Ludwig,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes,
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we are behind now by almost 50 minutes or so. So why don't we try to move on to item number 2, and then maybe we'll take a quick break after that, but we'll try to catch up some time here. Okay, so.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, yes,
Just-
Commissioner Lee?
Point of clarification, please. We did not take action on all of the remaining elements. We only took action on the straw vote. We didn't talk about every single project. It seems to me there should be a second motion to take action on all the remaining ones on Exhibit A that were not discussed.
Okay, that's a good point. And for clarity's sake, I think that it's probably a good idea to do. So let's go reopen item 1. Go ahead, Commissioner Mahan.
Chair, I would just make a motion that we ratify all of the other items on that list. I think there were 26 of them. All of the other items that we did not discuss, we ratify them and accept the report as submitted.
Second.
All right, motion by Mahan, second by Uli. Under discussion?
I support
All right.
the motion.
All right, sounds good. Let's have a roll call vote on the motion.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we are on to item 2, miscellaneous action item for removal of property from potential historic district. This is for 621 East Sola Street. And it's to review the significance of report and request by property owner to remove the property 621 East Sola Street from the historic resources inventory and the proposed boundaries of the proposed Bungalow Haven historic district based on lack of historic significance. All reports and memos can be viewed at the city's website. All right. So, Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, commissioners. Part of our historic resources ordinance does allow applicants to provide evidence if they want to have their building removed from the inventory. You can see on the map on page 4 of the report, the boundary of the district. This house is on the edge right there. And they don't feel like it warrants being a contributing structure to the district. It was constructed in 1938 and more of a minimal traditional style building than some of the others in the district, or the proposed district, which has not been designated yet, which are most of them are more craftsman or Spanish colonial revival designed more in the 1920s. But this was found by Post Hazeltine in their survey. They are the consultants that surveyed the neighborhood as contributing. And the owner has a presentation for you.
All right.
Mary's the owner able to talk?
Oh, I see their hand raised.
Now I'm on.
Yes. Give me one more.
Okay, let me know when you can hear me.
Yeah.
We can hear you now.
Okay. Hi, my name is John Abraham. This is my wife, Karen.
Hi, nice to be here.
I don't know if you can see us, but can
Yeah.
you hear us? You can see us.
All works good. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So I have, I was going to walk through just, I don't know, 10 or 15 slides we put together, just a structure of what I had to say. So, we're the homeowners here at 621 East Sola. And go ahead and move to the next slide. And you already stated our request. That was, we just wanted to be a designated as non-contributing to the district. Houses in this district are either contributing or non-contributing. Currently, we are contributing. Next slide. So I just wanted to talk through, three kind of points that I think maybe support, our thinking on this. One is sort of the surroundings of all the houses directly on all sides of us, and a couple points about the architectural and historical significance. Next slide. So this is the house. This is, if you go up State Street, make a right turn on Sola, you'd head all the way down sort of towards the end. That's where you'd see this house here. Next slide. That's just another view of, that's the front of the house. And if you go to the next slide, so this is the back of the house. So there's an asterisk here. We worked with Thompson Naylor Architects, Dennis Thompson. We're totally happy with what he did. Thought he did a bang-up job, and he was great to work with and all that. We designed this with him, of course, but it was based on a lot of HLC feedback. So obviously the windows are newer, but the trim around the windows, the scale of the house, the roof slope, the eaves, the siding, all that's identical, to the front. But, obviously it's been updated by Dennis Thompson. Next slide. And that's just another view of the back. And one note on this, permitting for this was almost maybe a 2-year process. So as part of that, we had various interactions with Nicole Hernandez, and she has always been very helpful on helping us understand the historical aspects of all this. So big thanks to Nicole. Anyway, so that's the house. Next slide. Okay, surrounded by non-contributing. If you go to the next slide, Nicole sort of showed this. This is a map. This is just another map from the bungalow district. So again, houses are either labeled contributing or non-contributing. Our house right now, we're 621 there. That's labeled as contributing. And all the houses, the two houses across from us, the house on either side of us, they're all non-contributing. The thick black line, that's the edge of the district. So the houses behind us are also non-contributing. So I guess the point there is we're sort of an island of, sort of non-contributing properties. And if you go to the next slide, this is looking straight at the house. If you look to the house on the right, there's this sort of cluster of 3 duplexes, sort of an apartment building, basically. That's if you look at the front of our house, the house to the right, and then the other house there is the house to the left. So just an example of, what we're surrounded by in the neighborhood. And next slide. Okay, and this might be hard to see on your screens there. This is from the backyard. This is a panorama view of the item A there. That's looking at the neighbor's house on the left. Item C would be looking straight out to the front of the street. And item E there, that's the neighbor's house on the right. So that's just a big wide panorama shot. But if you go to the next slide there, yeah, that just shows some of the close-ups of, this is what I'm looking at from my backyard. So we see, the house on the left, that's A and B, that's looking right into our backyard. It's all aluminum windows, and that looks out to the front as well. C is actually from our backyard. You can look straight out across the street. So that's a long way away. That's a blurry picture, but that's, different windows and obviously a big skylight there. And then off to the right, you see a house that's got lots of different kind of windows and skylights and all that stuff. So this is, you guys wouldn't necessarily know or care about that, but from when we sit in at our house, this is kind of what we see. Anyway, so that's just, I think point number 1 is we are a contributing property, but in a little bit of an island there. And you can go to the next slide. And then item 2 is, and I'm a big architectural fan. My mom was on the architectural committee in our neighborhood in San Diego, and we used to visit the Green and Green houses in Pasadena and all that. So I know a little bit about architecture, but not a lot. I saw how you guys were really know a lot. So you know a lot more than me, but I won't talk a whole lot about this. But I think just at a high level, if you look at the bungalow district guidelines, it's you know, Craftsman, Spanish Colonial, those are really, you hear those words over and over again, especially Craftsman. We're not that. It's, I guess there's a name for our architecture, but it's not, it's not a very common theme. It's not indicative of a classic style. You know, a humble house for sure, not necessarily high art. So architectural significance, I'm not necessarily debating that point in terms of geeking out on architecture, but in terms of the bungalow haven, you know, design theme and what's talked about and all that, you know, I would say we're just a little bit out of the, or a lot maybe out of the sweet spot, other than we're, you know, kind of an old house. But maybe next slide, and, you know, we could talk about old specifically. So next slide, historical significance. So Nicole mentioned, and in the report, it talks about our house being constructed in 1938. Going off I wasn't around then, but just looking off the APN number, it was built in 1941. That's what it's listed. I don't even think the plans were necessarily, somewhere there's some plans around here for this house, and I don't even think they were done in time for 1938. But whatever, I don't mean to nitpick that point, but if you look at the period of significance at 1941, or even if it's 38, we're really probably, I guess we're sort of outside, I would say, the core significance of the district. And if you, by APN numbers, you can look up every house in the neighborhood, and I actually did that. So just looking up at Sola Street, every house that's labeled contributing, they're not just newer or older than our house, they're older by, you know, a solid 20 years. The 400 block, the 500 block, the 600 block. I don't know, I could just go down 435 Sola Street, 1917, 506, I'm sorry, Sola Street, built in 1917, 507, 1921. I looked up everyone, 1920, 1919, 1914, 1906, you know, on and on and on. And, you know, our house built in, whether it's 38 or 41.
And
you know,
sorry, Mr. Abraham, just sorry to cut in for a second.
Yeah.
Normally, and this is a little bit of a new format. I don't know if we just don't have it for this with a Zoom, because this is our first Zoom meeting. But normally we have a timer as like a 15-minute max time for presentations. I just want to give you a heads up just so that you, and because we're also behind today. So
thank you.
I do want to keep moving along.
We're almost the last slide. So, then I'll stick with the average. The average on Sola Street, all those houses is the average built is 1918. You know, to geek out on statistics, the standard deviation is 4 years. So there's every house that's in the district is really clustered around 1918. And, you know, we're orders of, you know, many standard deviations outside of even the newest house that's listed as significant. And if you look at Alta Vista, the average is 1919, Panchita Place, 1919. So I won't go through any more stats, but we're much 20 plus years newer than, you know, most everything that makes up the district. So that's basically it. I think next slide. So, you know, this is a summary. We're, you know, surrounded by non-contributing, our house architecture, I guess it's old, maybe it's something, but it's not, you know, some of the core stuff I've heard you all talk about in the meeting up to date. today, and and we're built way newer than most anything in the neighborhood. So that's the summary. I think next slide is really probably, well, there you go. Thanks, Nicole, for all the help and support over the years. My wife seconds that. We appreciate all the help on that. And that's it. So that was our request, is to be undesignated or whatever you call it. And there's a house, and I'll go back to you. So thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for the presentation. All right, anything else, Nicole, before we go to public comment on this item?
No, I'm sorry. I think that when sometimes when we convert these reports to PDF, those arrows move. The arrow is not pointing at the right house on Solar Street. Sorry.
Okay.
Close.
No worries.
Close.
It is kind of he had his right. It is on the edge of the district in his slide, but it is it's right. I don't know. Oh, I can use the annotate. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So it is this one right here at the very edge.
This guy right here?
Oh, here.
I gotta erase that. There we go.
So that's the apartment building was here that he showed you. And I think this one next door to him was actually non-contributing. This is a new map, but with the new windows.
So can you, with this one right here, can you point to the one that we're talking about?
Sure, that map can't be correct.
Yeah, that doesn't look right. I think
Can't be correct because it's got an odd number in the address is an odd number, and that would be on the, this would be on the right side of the street. I think it's where that little green spot is there, or someplace right in. Can you pull back and so that the map is bigger? Can you pull back? You see, you've got it on a dead end street. Solar goes through.
Solar ends here.
It's on this street. It's on the next street down, not where the red arrow points.
Solar
Not that
ends
that matters,
here.
but it just
Solar ends right here. This is Solar. This is where the house is right here. Where can you see this?
Yeah, that looks right. Right? Yeah, that one you squiggled on it. That would be.
That needs to be corrected in the report.
Okay. So, all right. Well, let's move on to public comment, and then we'll come back to the commission for discussion. All right. So, any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, we're opening public comment. Please follow the instructions on the screen to raise your hand. Click on the raise your hand icon, and then you'll be called on and need to unmute yourself once you're called on. And you'll have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
All right. Thank you, Chair Grumbine and commissioners. So at this time, I can see several members of the public in attendance. If you'd like to speak on this item, please click on the raise your hand icon and I will call on you. While we wait, I can confirm that we did receive written correspondence from Steve Dowdy for this item. And at this time, I still don't see any raised hands, so I'll turn it over to you, Chair Grumbine.
All right, thank you. All right, so to the commission for questions, any questions of the applicant? Questions? All right. In that case, well, if there are no questions, let's go into discussion. What do the commissioners think? Commissioner Uli?
I apologize. I was struggling to find that microphone to unmute. I do have a question of the applicant, and that is, are they supportive of the designation of the bungalow district overall, whether their property is contributing or not?
I'm trying to unmute it. I've raised my hand. What do I do?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay. I'm not, well, we're requesting to be undesignated. So yes, we support being undesignated. I'm not sure I understood that. Did I answer the right question?
So the question is, are you supportive of the bungalow district as a whole, whether you're non-contributing or not?
Yes, we are. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Uli. Any other questions for the applicant or for Ms. Hernandez? Okay. All right. To the board for discussion. All right. Thoughts, Commissioner Uli. And then Commissioner
I think
Dorn.
there's a lot going on in that district. Commissioner Dorton and I spent some time walking it a couple of months ago. So there's a lot going on. I would agree that this particular property and architecture doesn't fit the strict definition of the bungalow district architecture. In my opinion, this house is more vernacular, and what I mean by that, common among buildings that you find in neighborhoods. The detailing is very common. You can see, many structures with similar kinds of detailing. It isn't a particular style necessarily.
It's 4 o'clock.
It's nice. My computer reminded me it's 4 o'clock.
Yeah, there's a time checker.
Yeah, and so I support the applicant's request to be put into the non-contributing column within the district.
Commissioner Dorn?
Yes. First, let me say the Bungalow Haven proposed district is a gem, and I'm very supportive of moving ahead with district designation. That said, I find the applicant's presentation very persuasive. We received public comment that expressed a concern that this would be setting a precedent if we took it off, if we made it a non-contributing item. And I disagree with that. The HLC is required to make discerning judgments regularly and on a case-by-case basis. And qualities such as beauty, integrity, and significance are always part of that discussion. So I think that if we decide to delist this and make it a non-contributing item, it does not weaken in any way our interest and support for the Bungalow Haven district as a whole. I think the location of this house, kind of on the edge of the district, is one of the important things for me in moving me to support the petition.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Dorn. Other commissioners? All right, my own thoughts on it. Although bungalow tends to be obviously craftsman first, and Spanish Colonial Revival bungalows, and there's Tudor Revival bungalows, and there's all different types, and you see it as a type, and especially in Santa Barbara as a type with in the 20s and teens, but mostly 20s and 30s with the Sears kit houses and other things like that, where you can kind of pop up a little bungalow, and meaning that there are just the little house hut, small cute kind of dwelling. I still find it falls within that type as sort of a bungalow house, and I agree with the assessment of it being more vernacular. It's not craftsman, and it's not really anything strong stylistically. So I think it does fall within the character of the bungalow types, and of the neighborhood. But it's definitely sort of on the you can kind of go either way in my mind. It's sort of on the edge, because and I think the arguments from the dates of it are very persuasive in that looking at that does differentiate between the vast majority of the buildings that are the exemplary for the district itself, and for actually making it feel like a particular neighborhood and district, I think the dates are telling with it, and I think this is very strongly on that, on the far edge of the dates as well. So I don't think it sets a precedent in that way, because I think the vast majority of the buildings have to, or wouldn't meet that hurdle in terms of distancing themselves from the main character of the neighborhood that is being recognized and protected, which is the bungalow district, and really the 1920s is the core of it. So I am on the fence. I can go either way with it as well. I do think it was argued well for the reasons why this would not set a precedent, and also be able to distinguish between this and the other portions of the neighborhood. So that's where my thoughts are landing. So if anyone else has any other thoughts, otherwise, or we'd be looking for a motion to see what will pass.
I've got a follow-up question for staff. Just reading the agendized item, it's calling to remove the property from the potential district. And since this is on the boundary of the district, is the request really to gerrymander the line of the district so that this is outside the proposed boundary of the district, or just simply move it to the non-contributing column and leave it in the district?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Uli. With it right there on the boundary, I think we could move the boundary just to exclude it. We haven't fully designated the district yet, so that might make sense. I think then we wouldn't have we want as few non-contributing buildings as possible in the district.
I think I could support gerrymandering the line, because this is one parcel off the line,
right,
as a way to solve the problem, but would caution that although I don't think there's going to be a landslide of applicants coming to the HLC asking to be taken out of the district, that it creates a very funky kind of boundary. And you're right, it is important to have a higher degree of contributing resources within a boundary than there are non-contributing resources within a boundary. So I think I would be comfortable gerrymandering the line and removing the parcel from the district versus just saying it's non-contributing.
Okay.
All right, other thoughts on it? Well, and then if not, then let's hear, oh, and actually, I guess I would ask one more question. So it's on the all the terminology. It's on the list, right? It's on the historic inventory list.
Yes, in 2013, the commission added everything in the potential districts that were found contributing so that we could protect them and they didn't kind of disappear before our eyes before we got to designate them. So that's why in the previous project, he came to you before, yeah. So it has
okay, so this would still keep it on the list, but it would just take it off of the bungalow. It would take it out of the bungalow, contributing to the bungalow district, correct?
I think you would take it off the list as well if found non-significant, and it would go out of your jurisdiction as a non-historic resource.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Mahan?
Yeah, what the boundary is the boundary established by City Council?
It will be.
Who establishes the boundary? Who establishes the boundary?
It was first recommended by Post Hazeltine in their survey, and then it will come to the Historic Landmarks Commission when it's finally ready. And then it'll go to Planning Commission, who will certify the map, and then Council. So it still has a ways to go.
And Commissioner Mahan, currently it's a line on a map that's suggested. Nobody has made an official designation about that line.
So it's not an official line yet.
That is correct.
As yet. My feeling is that there probably are a number of non-contributing houses within the boundary of the bungalow district. And I don't see why this can't remain there. I don't, what's the difference? Why can't it just remain just like all of the other non-contributing houses in the district? I don't see the need to have it outside of the district. And I think it sets a precedent that it is complicated down the line. So while I agree with the applicant that it is not an appropriate art piece of architecture to be considered a bungalow, as we recognize the good examples of bungalows in the district, and it doesn't meet that criteria, I don't see why it can't remain. There are other houses in the district that don't contribute either as bungalows, but they're there. And I think it's a complex. I think it complicates the whole issue, and I wouldn't be able to support a motion to remove it. Thank you.
To move the boundary so that it's no longer in the boundary, correct? But you would. But are you saying you would be supporting a motion? You would support a motion that would be to make it keep the boundary where it is, and make this a non-contributing property within that within the Bungalow Haven district. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
I think we could recognize that it doesn't. Yes, that it doesn't meet it doesn't rise, as we say in the discussion at the last item. You know, it doesn't rise to the issue of being a structure of merit. So this one does not rise to the issue of being a
contributing member of the bungalows, or
right.
Yeah,
of the bungalow district. Yes.
All right. So, any more discussion before someone wants to make a motion and see what passes?
One more clarifying question, if I may, Mr. Chair, of staff, and that is within the context of the significance report, was there a recommendation to gerrymander the line to remove this parcel from the district, or was it the conclusion that it's non-contributing and the line can stay where it is?
So the report just talks about this building and not the, and it talks about how, and the district and the significance lies in the district, but it didn't really talk about changing the line. I think I'll just go with your recommendation. It's something we can make it non-contributing and look at the line again at designation subcommittee and with the, when it comes back as a whole district.
Very good. Mr. Chair, if you're ready for a motion, I'm happy to make one.
Yeah, please.
I'd move that 621 East Sola Street, assessor parcel number 029033016, be classified as a non-contributing resource within the proposed Bungalow Haven Historic District.
I'll second that motion.
All right, motion by Commissioner Uli, second by Commissioner Mahan. Under discussion?
Under the discussion, there's nothing in the motion that talks about gerrymandering a line. Is that correct?
That is correct. Line stays where it is.
Good.
I have a question to the motion. Are you also, by way of removing it from the contributing category, are you also then removing it its designation as a structure of merit?
Oh, it's not a structure of merit, as on the list of contributing historic whatever resources, but the list formerly known as the potential list.
So it's on. So by virtue, I think by virtue of it being within a district, it's on the inventory list, but it's non-contributing to the district. And so
Nicole or Ms. Hernandez, can you clarify that point?
We did not have any non-contributing buildings on the inventory. we only put contributing buildings on the inventory. So it would be removing this from the inventory as well.
So it won't be on the inventory, but it will be in the district as a non-contributing property, right?
Yes.
To the district, okay.
I think that makes sense.
Okay, any other questions or discussion? All right, roll call vote, please. Oscar?
All right, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Mayhew,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundick,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
All right,
All right, motion carries.
And if you're interested,
Right.
I abstain.
Vice Chair Howe, he's alive.
I'm alive. Zoom.
So, all right, so thank you. No, I guess it's not an appealable action, so I guess that's it. And I guess you can, now you can change your garage doors to whatever you want.
Why isn't it an appealable action?
Because we are the final deciders on these things, correct, Ms. Hernandez?
Well, his request was to be removed from the district on the agenda.
But it's not a district now because it hasn't been designated.
Potential district.
Yeah.
It requests the removal of the property from the potential district.
Yeah.
And
But
so-
the motion was
Council.
to change it to a non-contributing thing. So, Ms. Hernandez, is this an appealable action, or Mr. Hamilton? What's our, this is the first time that I'm aware that we've done this, so.
Yeah, usually only fully designated designations are appealable to council, but I guess if someone wanted to appeal it to council, I guess they could.
Okay, well, I'll announce it. If this is an appealable action, it would be appealable to city council, and you can contact city staff for details about that. There, how's that for covering our bases? All right, we'll have to go with it. So we are behind, so we'll try it, but we should, oh, here we go.
Don't leave.
All right, so we'll just say that this is an appealable to city council within 10 days of this meeting. And to check with staff for more details. All right, so we're gonna be on to item 3, but let's take a, let's say, 10-minute break, or 9-minute break. So let's come back at 4:25, and we'll reconvene. to order Historic Landmarks Commission meeting December 8th, 2021. All right, so we are on to item 3 and we are behind, so we're going to try to keep moving through quickly. Historic Resource Identification Plaque. This is a miscellaneous action item. Historic Resources Plaque. Review of standardized plaque to mark historic resources as recommended by the Historic Resources Plaque Subcommittee. All reports and memos can be viewed on the city's website. All right, so Ms. Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners Jordan and Uli and I met and reviewed what we thought a good standardized plaque would be that we can put or the owners can put on their landmarks or structures of merit. I think if you go to the samples, they decided they should be in bronze. If they're 5 by 7, a lot of providers provide them for only about $70 to $100. It has the city seal, so we know it's officially a city designated landmark or structure of merit, the date of construction, and the designation date. I can send all the owners of landmarks and structures of merit a letter letting them know that they can order this and the standards. And I have the year they're all built, so I can send that in the letter so they can have the accurate date and the designation. And I hope a lot of people will be interested in purchasing them. We did also discuss some mounting requirements, that it should be really in a highly visible place next to the entrance. And if they have something like an adobe or brick building, it should maybe go on a rock or something not into the delicate material. So this is, these are what we came up with. And the font that we worked with, and we worked with Allison Ruby on, is the font that's in our historic resource design guidelines. So it provides consistency. And we wanted something sort of consistent so that people recognize it around town, and something pretty simple so that it wasn't too complicated. You know, if somebody wanted a custom one, like we have on some of the buildings, like some of the adobes with long text and design, that would come to the commission again. But these are something that people don't have to go to commission and pay the fee to do. They could just get these to honor their buildings.
And just as a point of clarification, though, and currently up until now with this discussion, it's been that everyone has to come individually anyways to put a sign on and design it and do all that, as everything was a one-off before this point right now in this discussion.
Correct. Sometimes they were requirements as part of a project, like some of their mitigation measures, like if, for some of the big projects, like Cottage Hospital's demolition, they had to do a plaque, or they had to do a plaque over at the Santa Barbara Bowl. And or people came because they really wanted one, and it's, you know, right now it's $630 to just get on a consent agenda, and that is more of a deterrent for people to mark their buildings that are really important. And I think it has always been part of my preservation training that it's not just protecting the buildings, but the more people know about them and learn about them, it's really part of protecting them as well. If people know they're important, they will work harder to protect them. And it's part of our historic resources element to educate as many people we can about our historic resources. And this is just one way. And if they see it says landmark, they can, you know, research more about it. And they'll get to know which ones are the authentic buildings and which are the not so authentic.
Yep. Yep. All right. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, let's go to public comment on this item. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please follow the instructions that are about to be on the screen. There we go. Click on the raise your hand icon And then you have to unmute yourself when you're called on, and you'll have up to 2 minutes to speak to the commission.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. At this time, there are several members of the public in attendance. While we wait, I can confirm that we did receive written correspondence from Ann Peterson on this item, and it was distributed to the commission before this meeting. So I still don't see any hands raised, so I'll turn it over back to you, Chair Gromai.
All right, thank you. All right, so to the commission for any questions. Commissioner Emanuel.
Is the text for the designation date, is it intentional that that's a different font?
Do we have the slide back up that actually shows it?
I don't think that was intentional. I think she might have just left that off. I know we wanted it smaller. We wanted the hierarchy of the fonts. I think she just left that plain. We can have that match the other font. Our graphic designer put these together for us. Yeah. I didn't catch it.
The part that says designated November 24th, 2021. Yeah. That might also be to just differentiate between the calling out of the historic landmarks constructed part and making that more special, and then the designated part being a more subtext. I don't know, but it makes sense to have both. I had a question about, was there thought about those buildings that have official historic names and whether that could be included on it? So like under the constructed or above, or somewhere in there, those that do have an official name, whether that can be put on it as a named thing. So that also might make it easier for people to look up. Commissioner Lenvik?
Yeah, I agree. That's a question that came to mind as well. Either an official name or the address. I mean, Structure of Merit, 680 Ambrose Street, constructed 1890. I mean, I think there should be some way to pin down what is what's being designated.
What it is that you're.
Yeah.
Because that also might end up being able to, when people do see it, if they see it from the street, the sidewalk, or whatever. So for those buildings that works, they could then look it up, look it up on their phone, or look it up on, they can Google it basically, and they'll be able to get more information, a little bit more about it.
Yeah, I think that would be valuable. I'm not sure what the subcommittee's opinion of that was, but.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Uli?
I also know Commissioner Jordan might have a word or two to say about it as well. We went back and forth about how much information to include on the plaque. Information that has the potential to change over time, like the address, didn't seem like it rose to the level that we wanted to put it on a plaque. Names of places also tend to change over time as well. Although we can, I'm sure, cite a couple of examples where that would never happen. As an example, the Santa Barbara Courthouse probably is not ever going to become, the Hyatt Regency, as an example.
Ask the Santa Barbara Courthouse.
Yeah. We kind of felt that because the address and the historic name potentially wouldn't be the same 5 years from now or whatever, we suggested that not be the case, but we did discuss that each landmark should be numbered. So it could be historic landmark number 5, and then you go to the list and you look up the details about historic landmark number 5. Currently, the city doesn't use a numeric designation to list its landmarks or structures of merit. And so that, I think that's takes a broader discussion of this group to determine if adding a numeric number The state and feds all number theirs. And so you could look on a registry and find out what landmark you're talking about. That was some of the discussion.
Gotcha.
I know Commissioner Jordan wants to pipe in here.
Commissioner Jordan?
Sure. I would, what Mr. Uli said, Commissioner Uli said is right on target. We discussed a standardized plaque design. The other option is a custom design, which includes more information. But the goal was to produce a standardized plaque that could be acquired inexpensively. And then our understanding was that this was voluntary, not mandatory, and that the use of this plaque did not preclude the owners adding other plaques they deemed appropriate with whatever historical information they wanted to put on their houses. But we were looking for something that was standardized and therefore not, which is the opposite of adding specific information to each and every plaque.
Gotcha. Okay. Sounds good. Any other questions, Vice Chair House?
Yes, I wanted to know if there would be more specific specifications for these, such as that they're solid bronze as opposed to bronze anodized aluminum, thickness of them, are they cast bronze, are they laser printed, et cetera, because I think that they should all have consistent quality to them. So I'm wondering if thought has been given to that so far.
Through the chair, Vice Chair, yes, we thought that our model we used for these plaques was the plaque issued by the National Park Service for something that is on the National Register or a historic landmark. They're both heavy cast bronze plaques, as you probably have seen, and they're all a standard size. You know, I forget what they are. They're 12
5 by 7, 7 by 5,
something like that. Yeah. And of course, the size of them, you can't rattle on with a 9 paragraph description, right? It's just short and sweet. But it would be solid cast bronze with appropriate attachment.
Okay.
Great. Thanks. All right. Any other questions? All right. In that case, let's go into discussion and a motion. Just right out of the bank, I think this is great, and I just want to throw it out there in terms of thank you for the subcommittee for doing a great job, and I think this is really going to make it much easier and actually create a nice presence of sort of the gold star around the city, which is a great way of promoting the historic resources, the structures of merit and landmarks. So thank you all for working on this, because I think this is actually going to be a real bonus in terms of upping Santa Barbara's historic presence and showing off of the good buildings that we have. All right, other comments, and I guess it's looking for a motion with any other changes, like the one mentioned of not having different fonts with the designated November 24th portion. And then, so any other changes that we want, and then I guess it's here for approval, is that right? Ms. Hernandez?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Chair.
All right, Vice Chair House?
I'm also very supportive of these plaques and the work that the subcommittee has done. My personal feeling is that I don't know that there's a lot of point of putting a number of a landmark or the address or the name of it. The name sometimes I think might be a good idea, because there's some that are kind of commonly known by their names. But my feeling is that if somebody wants to find out more information, they're probably going to jot down the address. If there's a listing number on there, they're going to forget that by the time they go look it up, or they got to figure out where it is to look that up. So I think if they're truly interested, they'll jot down the address and look into it. So I like the simplicity of these. I do agree with the comment about the designation date should be in the same font. Ms. Gruby is a very talented graphic designer, and I'm sure this is just a first draft that was cranked out to get before us. But that would be one comment about it. And getting into the weeds, the caps, the first letter of historic landmark constructed, et cetera, should be the same stroke weight as the smaller letters. And typically there's a font that will do that, or there's a way of adjusting that. So that would be my comments about this.
All right, any additional comments? All right, then we'll look for a motion, and it could be just to make those adjustments and come back to us. Does that sound like a good plan, Ms. Hernandez, in terms of moving this along?
Yes, they can come back if you want those to see it one more time.
Sure. Okay.
Or do you need to see it?
I'll leave it up to whoever wants to make the motion, if whatever they're comfortable with. Anyone want to make a motion?
I'm curious, this is a miscellaneous action item, so what kind of motion is appropriate? I mean, it's not an appealable approval or anything like that, so. I mean, it doesn't get a project
So
design
it should be a
approval.
motion for these adjustments and then approved, as you know, the design approved as submitted with these adjustments or whatever.
Okay, well,
Or
I
if
will
you
make
want to
that.
see it come back.
Yeah, I would like to see it come back so that we see what the specifications are, and so, you know, what it is that the public is
how it
going to
looks.
see when they want to get one of these. So I would make the motion to continue this for some changes to the layout to be made, that the designation date be the same font as the historic landmark or structure of merit lines, and that the large caps be the same stroke weight as the smaller caps, and that a written specification on the material and thickness and construction of these panels should be included for our approval.
Second.
All right, motion by Vice Chair House, second by Uli. Commissioner Uli, any discussion? All right, we have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you, commissioners. I'll start with Commissioner Mayhem,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes, with my compliments.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we are on to the next item, which I believe is 4. So it's 920 Summit Road. This is the Montecito Country Club. This is project design approval and final approval. The Montecito Country Club is a designated structure of merit designed in 1918 by nationally noted architect Bertram Goodhue and remodeled in the 1920s by noted architect George Washington Smith. Proposal to relocate the batting cage from the as-built sports court at the event lawn to the area between the golf cart, building, and tennis courts. No changes are proposed to the previously approved 1,100 square foot golf simulator facility located adjacent to the existing tennis courts, tennis building, cart storage building, and clubhouse. Final approval for the golf simulator facility was granted on February 3rd, 2021. Planning Commission approval of conditional use permit amendment on November 18th, 2021. ... and revised project design approval and final approval are requested. Project compatibility findings and minor alterations findings are required. Project was last reviewed October 27th, 2021. All right, So do we have the applicant team here?
Yes, we do.
Mr. Chair,
All right. Yes, Commissioner Vice Chair House.
I will abstain on this agenda item because I was not present at the last review and I have not seen the video.
All right. You missed out on historic batting cages. All right. So with that, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves and for the record, and then you'll have, this is our new Zoom format, so forgive us if we have some glitches, but you'll have 15 minutes to present it. You don't take the whole time because we are behind. And we also have the capability now, hopefully it's a little bit struggle, but of marking things up and making sure that we're understanding exactly where things are. So annotating using Zoom. So hopefully that will help as well in the discussion. All right.
Mr. Chair.
Chair Grumbine. I'm not sure if,
yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Welton.
Oh, yeah.
And thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to note that we don't have the same capability of showing a timer on screen in Zoom. So I'm just going to note the time that the presentation starts, and then I will hop back on when the 15 minutes is up. Also wanted to note that
do you want to pop on like 2 minutes before, give them a warning?
Yeah, I can do a 2-minute sign or something like that. That should help.
Sounds good. It's also a peace sign, so that's good.
Yeah. And also we have Ms. Plummer here, the case planner. I believe she wanted to give some preliminary comments as well. Ms. Plummer.
Okay, and then do we have the meeting minutes from before as well?
Yes, I have them here on my other screen. I'll show them.
Okay, great. And then we can go to Ms. Plummer as well. And then we'll do the timer start. All right. Okay, so this was all right, so the motion was to accept the historic structures report, and that was 7-0-0. And then the motion to continue to the Planning Commission for return to the full commission with the following comments. 1, the commission finds the design and location of the proposal generally favorable. The relocation of the batting cage does not impact the historic resource. 2, the use of materials is very transparent and appropriate. The chairs as proposed are both removable and do not impact the historic resource. 3, study the trellis to slightly modify its location and or size for when it returns to the HLC, but in general, the commission is in favor of the project. The action was by Uli, second by Jordan, 7-0-0. Drury and House were absent. The motion carried. Right, and with that, Ms. Plummer.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. And as you noted in the project description and footer, since your last review of this project, it did go to Planning Commission for the golf simulator facility, the relocated batting cages, and other improvements at the event lawn, all of which were approved and granted a conditional use permit amendment. There were no specific conditions for the batting cage or the golf simulator facility. Specifically. So the project is here for you to consider a revised project design approval. There are no changes to the golf simulator building. It's just the relocation of the batting cage and the associated trellis structure. And I'll be here if you have any questions. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to Sam Maphis and Steve Welton from SEPS. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so let's start the 15-minute timer and take it away.
Okay, thank you, Chair Grumbine, members of the commission. We won't take anywhere near 15 minutes, and I think Pilar basically said everything I was going to say. So I will just go ahead and hand it right to Sam Maphis and let's move along.
Thank you, Mr. Welton. Yes, we should be really very simple in our presentation in that the batting cage was moved there for reasons of neighbor input and to try to conceal it and to take away some of the sound, and all of those mitigations work very well in this new location behind the golf cart building. it tucks itself in such a place that we have a plan view that we
Sorry,
could look at.
Yeah, Mr. Mathis, I was just going to ask that, if we can get the plan.
To a plan view, you can see that it actually sits quite nicely on the northeast corner, tucked behind the building and against an existing retaining wall. And that wall exists now.
If you go to the last page, Timmy, I think it's probably the best one.
There's a small 30-inch, 36-inch planter wall that will be removed so we can get it to fit. The reason it fits nicely in that location, once we get there, I'll give you a little context, is because we do have an operating golf cart building, and the golf carts need to come from behind on the west side and drive to the north side. There's a roll-up door.
Sorry,
Apologies, Mr. Mathis. I believe you're looking for page 19 of the set.
That's fine.
Let's see if that's I just want to make sure we're
looking.
looking at the right plan. Perfect.
There it
Thank
is.
you.
Yep, that's the one. Thank you. We'll talk about the trellis in a minute. I just want to give you context to the location. I think Mr. Lindvik brought up last time about the feeling of it being a little bit pinched or something in there, and it really locates itself because the west side of the batting cage has a roll-up door that allows ingress, egress for the golf carts to go in and store themselves and be pulled out each day for use by the members. So we put that as close as we could to that door and still allow good function. And then the batting cage goes to the east, to the corner for some kind of proximity of architectural alignment. But the balance of that little corner kind of creates a little entry as the gate opens from that side on home plate side and allows you to sit on those stadium resin chairs that are authentic and view the batting practice of your son or of a friend or of anyone who's in there. So it's kind of a concise little viewing area. That area sits probably 8 to 10 feet below the proposed golf simulator building. It's tucked down with a very dense existing established, it's a Laurus nobilis hedge on the north side of that and above that retaining wall. And then on the west side towards the main building, the main clubhouse, there are full-size olive trees that align that walkway that shows down that dashed red line for the ADA access. How it shows from the front of the building, we have ADA access coming down the ramp, down that walkway, around to the front entry of the cart storage. There are some games and other things that are in the front part of that building. So the club participants and members use that building quite a bit on that east entrance. So the east entrance coming towards the trellis, really, we wanted to dress up the corner to make it feel appropriate that you're entering another event or another activity, and it's something special back there to go look at and see if you want to participate with. So that trellis, if you go to the upper right corner, is matching many of the other trellises that are on the main clubhouse building, particularly the one that's directly on the west side of the clubhouse. These member sizes and this design detail of the rafter tail beam ends is exactly what's in the ladies' locker room outdoor sitting area that's walled in, but you do see the top of it. You do see these are pictures of that exact trellis installation. So our intent is to match the beam tail ends, match the color, match the dimension, and just have this 4-posted trellis be more or less an entry garden feature that allows you to see and enter and sit and enjoy that activity. So it's going to match color-wise. And again, I said all detail. The paving is a simulated, or it's a synthetic turf to soften the hitting of the balls on the ground. The actual batting cage is a nylon rope, and it is quite transparent, as was said before. The roof is transparent so that it doesn't have a covered roof. So, you'll see the sky and you'll see air through it, and air will move through it. So it's really a very light structure on big aluminum posts. If you move to the left of that drawing, you'll see kind of an isometric, and you'll see the actual webbing I'm talking about in a picture. That's the simple posted structure. They're about 3-inch round, black, aluminum, solid black painted columns. I thought we had a picture of the webbing on there, but maybe not. It's substantial in terms of its gauge, but it has about a 1.5 inch opening. So it really is very, see-through, the black nylon rope. So I hope that gives you a good impression. I wanted to draw as much of the detail to your attention with words, but if there's anything I can answer in terms of questions you might have, we're here to try to help you understand how nice and high quality this installation is. I think that might be it. Steve, anything else?
No, I think the main thing was the comment from, I think Commissioner Lendick mentioned that was just to try to study that trellis, which you identified here, and then the idea that, which was, I think you mentioned, the roll-up doors on the north side of the golf cart barn currently prevent us from moving that, any further west. So we're kind of constrained to the location we've selected. That's it, I think. Thank you.
Yeah, the bottom corner right shows the webbing, and I think the posts will have that padding on it so they don't get hit with the baseball and dented.
All right.
Thank you.
Does that conclude your presentation?
I think so.
All right. So in that case, let's go to public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please follow the instructions.
All right,
You'll have
thank
2
you,
minutes
Chair
to-
Grumbine and Commissioners. At this time, I can see several members of the public attending. If you wish to speak on this item, please click on the raise your hand icon and I will call on you. I don't see any hands raised and we did not receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. And to the, so we'll take it back to the commission, close the comment, take it back to the commission for questions. The commissioners, any questions? All right, well, if there's no questions, let's roll into comments. And this is for design approval and final approval. So please comment as you do, comment on that on the supportability of those as well. Who wants to kick us off? Not all at once.
Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion.
All right, let's take a shot.
I'll make a motion for a project design approval and final approval of the project as submitted, making the findings, the minor alterations that are required by this project are consistent with the project that was approved on October 27th, 2021.
I'll second that.
All right, motion by Commissioner Mahan, second by Commissioner Gordon. Under discussion, any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. Hamilton.
And I think Ms. Plummer can correct me, but I think it would be beneficial to also make the project compatibility findings again, or at least say that they're substantially similar to the original project.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. And yes, I would agree. If you can just say that they're substantially consistent with the original project design approval finding that was done for this, just noting the project compatibility findings, that'll be appreciated. Thank you.
I'll make that comment. I can't remember it the way you said it, but I will make the comment as you gave it to me.
All right, and the seconder of it agree as well, Commissioner Gordon?
Yes.
Right. Okay, any other discussion? All right, in that case, let's have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Dordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
And I abstain.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice, very nice project. And this action is appealable to City Council within 10 days. All right. Okay, so now we are on to the next item.
The last item.
Next and last. We saved the best for last. All right. So.
Hi, everyone. My name's Haley with Suzanne Ellich's office, and we have a few of our team members that are needing to be upgraded to panelist. If we could, Nicole, if you have that ability, I see Post Hazeltine is here.
Ms. Ternovska, are you able to promote those folks?
Yes, so it looks like Pamela Post and Tim Hazeltine have already been promoted to panelists.
Great, thank you.
We need
Nice
Trish
to
Allen, Sean Lair.
So Trish Allen, you should receive a request to be a panelist. And Sean Lair, you should receive a request to be a panelist.
Great, thank you so much.
All right, in the meantime, we'll get started with the, we'll start open this item. So item number 5, this is a new item for project design approval. This is 256 Eucalyptus Hill Drive. It's the Solana Estate, a stripped classicism style estate designed and constructed by Francis Underhill, 1913. It is structure of merit. The proposed project consists of exterior alterations to the main residence, new trellises, an elevator to the roof deck, new landscaping, conversion of the existing lily pond back to the original pool, and new exterior stairs and site walls. All reports and memos can be reviewed on SantaBarbara.gov, HLC. And this is, there's 2 parts to this. There is, part A is requesting acceptance of the phase 2 historic structures sites letter report prepared by Post Hazeltine Associates. And the report concluded that the proposed project meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and would have a less than significant Class 3 impact on designated historic resources on the parcel. And part B, which is the project design approval, is requested. Project compatibility findings and minor alteration findings are required. All right, so with that, and there was also of note a site visit as well to see the property a couple days ago. So this last week. All right, so with that, Mr. Hamilton, are there any, or Ms. Hernandez, are there any notes before we start?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just have a couple brief comments actually. So this project has been determined to be complete from a code standpoint. So even though this is the first time you're seeing the plans, the project is eligible to receive project design approval at this hearing. Other than that, I believe on the agenda, I accidentally left out one of the findings. This needs hillside design and slope lot findings since it's in the hillside design district and the slope is over 15%. So I'll make sure to remind you when we're making the findings if this is, if PDA is granted. I think that's all I had. I'd like to thank the applicant team for helping put together the site visit. I think that was really useful. And with that, I'll turn it over to the applicant. Thanks.
All right, and then one more note of housekeeping. So this is our new format, the Zoom format, the first day of doing this for HLC, which allows us to also mark on drawings, which is good, so we can make sure we're all talking about the same thing. But there's not a timer on it, so there's going to be a 15-minute presentation time, and Mr. Hamilton, if you could pop on and give them a 2-minute warning once we're approaching that. I think format-wise, what we'll probably do is look at the historic structures letter, the part A. We'll have that presentation for that, and that'll probably be a lot shorter than 15 minutes, but a presentation for that, go to public comment for that part of it, and then come back to the commission for questions, and then put that part A on hold, go to part B and look at the design, and then go through that process, and then come back to it for the part A to confirm the findings of the report or have some adjustments. So just as a housekeeping for format-wise. We are running behind, and this is also the last item, just so you know. All right, so with that, to the applicant team to introduce yourselves, and then if the historians can kind of walk us through the report and their findings, and then we'll go from there. Oh, Mr. Nolte, I think you're muted. You have to unmute yourself, I think.
Would it be appropriate for me to just walk through the design and the landscape and then follow with these reports, or is it important to follow the way you suggested?
Yeah, I think it's important to follow the usual, although it's nice because we had the walkthrough in person, so we were able to actually see a lot of that stuff. But it's good to kind of set the tone for what is historic and what isn't via the historian's report. And so that then when it's, and their conclusions of it, we know that things are folding back and forth. And then to go to you with the design, because that ends up potentially being more of a discussion point than the historians.
Very good, thank you.
All right, and there might be some bleed. We might be asking you questions within their historian's report as well. There might be some mixing it up, but.
Chair Grumbine, should
All right.
we begin?
Yeah, so why don't you go ahead, sorry.
Thank you. So the original report that we did for the property was in 1999. It was a house designed by Francis Underhill for Frederick Peabody. It is in the stripped classicism style, which is a reductive interpretation of elements and ornamentation from essentially classical Greece and Rome. It is the largest commission designed by Francis Underhill, and it's the largest surviving residential structure that he designed, and probably the most significant residential building that he designed and was actually built. The house actually went through many, many changes over decades. For a long period of time in the 1960s, and later it was owned by the Center for Democratic Studies. There was a really severe fire, and I can't remember the exact year. And so the north elevation, pardon?
Sorry, Mr. Hazelton, I just wanted to check on the tech side of things real fast and see if we're having tech trouble with getting through the report or getting the report up.
If we can,
Mr.
Mr. Chair,
to pull up the report and flip through?
Yes, please, if you're able to. It's I think these files are just so large, it's flummoxing this computer, so.
It's huge.
Gotcha, okay, let me pull it up real fast and I'll flip through it from my end. They are quite large, so.
For some reason, there's something wrong.
Oh, here we go. Okay. I will make sure I had the right one here. I think someone needs to stop screen share. It's not letting me right now while someone else is participating.
We're gone.
All right, there we go. Okay, tell me if you all see this now.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just zoom out a little bit and then we can flip through.
Okay, so if we go to, I think it's page 3. There's an aerial image of the property. So I don't want to linger too much. And so there's the house. Yeah. In the foreground is the south elevation. To the right hand, you can see a sort of semicircular water feature of a very large size. that is the original swimming pool. It's an area where some modifications are being proposed. To the left-hand side, you can see the motor court with its oval driveway that's actually sort of in the shape of a track at a high school. It's quite large. So, as I alluded to, there was a very severe fire in the 60s, and the north elevation, which is sort of the upper part of the building, thank you, right there, that was the area that was most severely affected. And it wasn't really well rebuilt after the fire. It eventually returned to residential use, and there were several owners who wanted to change it, one of which was they were going to transform the central courtyard into a covered space with a dome that was based on St. Paul's in London. That did not happen. And I'm setting this kind of scenario up because in 1999, the previous owners purchased the property in a state of advanced deterioration. The owners before them had gone bankrupt, leaving a partially constructed project with some roofs and walls removed, and original historic fabric was gone. And so the previous owners retained Don Nolte to design this renovation, and the substantial parts that would be concerning to this project are the south elevation, the lower end of the photo. You can see a sort of a projection near the right-hand end of that elevation. That is an addition, as well as the part beneath it, to the original building. And the other substantial alteration was to the left-hand side of that elevation. You can see a one-story projection with a flat roof. Just down below that to the right, with a lower level, sort of projecting up. Thank you. And that is a garage and with some changing rooms for the swimming pool, which you can see just off to the right there. And so those are areas that were substantially remodeled in the early 2000s. And the house as a whole had to be substantially rebuilt because so much of the fabric was in such a poor state of preservation, including, I believe, Don, the south retaining wall and foundations that supported the south side of the building, which had to be completely rebuilt, if I remember correctly. And so the current project has several components. On the south elevation, they're proposing to add, they're proposing to add a roof level elevator. And I think the commissioners that were out there saw there was the mock-up of the sort of volume of that. So it'd be right there where the cursor is. They also would like to add a paved area up on the rooftop that would be accessed from the elevator and provide views to the property as well as out to the landscape. The area where that would go is an addition. So where that viewing platform would be is an addition. And the way it's been designed, I understand, is to preclude the need for any sort of railings that would impair the linearity of that elevation. The other proposed change is you can see just below the cursor, there's a second floor pergola. And they're also proposing to add a pergola to the right of that. That would be based on the design of the existing pergola, which was added in 2000. And then there's a set of doors, which we can't see in this image, that are set back in the arcade, and they're proposing to change those as they're adding or remodeling a catering kitchen. Most of the other work is either in the gardens or on the east elevation, where there's a proposal to add a detached pergola that would wrap around but not touch an existing oak tree. Also, the large ornamental pool, thank you, on figure 4, just to the right-hand side, you can see the ornamental pool, which originally was a swimming pool. And so they're proposing to return it back to that use, which we are very supportive of because it returns a feature of the landscape to its original use. They're proposing to take out a set of stairs that leads down from the center of the semicircular terrace. Those are not original, they were added, we think sometime in the 20s or later, but we think actually later than the 20s. And then just to the left of that, you can see the pergola that's proposed that would wrap around part of that semicircular projection on the east elevation. And then just down below that, you can see the second swimming pool, which exists, it's permitted and was approved in 2000. And there you can see that there's a pergola there just above that. And I believe that's the addition. They would like to revamp the roof of the one-story garage to the left and add a pergola to it. That's the non-historic garage. And then also make some changes to the landscape. Most of them are adding additional paving. It's either going to be semi-permeable or gravel, but the landscape architect will talk to that at more length. And then revamp the barbecue area, which they propose to do a modest amount of site work to make the space more usable. And the motor court they propose, that's to the left-hand side. You can see like a circular water feature just on the edge. There we go. They're proposing the water feature would stay. It's a fountain. It's not original, but it's been there for some period of time. They propose to add limestone paving. That is axially aligned with the front door, which is on the right-hand side of the image. If you go up those semicircular steps, it leads to the front door. And then they would add linear plantings of jacaranda trees and other material. Most of this is Mediterranean-style plantings that are fairly characteristic or very characteristic of this estate period in Santa Barbara history in the late 19th century through the early 1930s, where a lot of exotic plants were installed at estates of this size. They also plan to reinstall a set of original gates. We believe they're original, where the driveway exits to the left, upper left, exits the motor court on the upper left, would go through a series of gate. They're right there, thank you. And then go off into this sort of teardrop shaped area that then links with a shared driveway with some adjacent properties. That teardrop shaped planter bed there would be reconfigured somewhat, but it would largely keep its original design. That is not a historic feature of the property. All of the landscaping actually dates to the 2000s, with the exception of the large mature oak trees. But most of the original landscaping was gone by the late 1990s. So what we see here is mostly an addition. So Pam and I believe that these changes are sympathetic with the historic house. They're almost completely relegated to areas that have been previously modified. They're employing materials and design features that are characteristic of the stripped classicism style. The pergolas off the east elevation is different, but we were supportive of that because it's not attached to the original building. It's very reversible. It's not going to impair the native oak. And it does help readily distinguish that is an addition and not an original feature of the building. And I'd also like to add that most of the windows and doors on the house were replaced in the early 2000s. I'm sure Dawn can elaborate on that if necessary. So in summary, we believe the project is sympathetically designed, both in terms of the architecture and the landscape architecture. It's not introducing materials or design features that would impair the resources of structure of merit status. And I should note that Pam and I wanted to make clear that the structure of merit status, the reason it's not a landmark is because there was a fairly substantial loss of historic fabric over many decades, but the building retains design integrity overall, can convey Francis Underhill's design scheme and its association with the Peabody family. And as we noted, is a very rare type of building because Francis Wilson did not design a huge number of houses of this size. Underhill, sorry, Francis Underhill. Thanks, man. Okay. So, just in summary, we're very supportive. We feel this is like a continuation of the project that was approved in 1999. And that concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions if needed.
All right, thank you. So with that conclusion of the historic portion of the historic report portion of this, Let's go to open public comment on the historian's report, historic structures report. Any member of the public wishing to comment on the historic structures report, please follow the instructions and click on the raise your hand icon, and you'll be called upon, and then you'll need to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
All right, thank you, Chair Grumbine and commissioners. At this time, I see several members of the public in attendance at this meeting, but I don't see any hands raised. And we did not receive any written correspondence for this item. So I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. In that case, I'll close public comment for the historian's portion, and we'll go to the commission for any questions on the historic structures report before we go into the design. Any questions for the historians? And we'll like usual, we'll keep it fluid in terms of how we open questions up back and forth so we can move things along. All right, so if there's no questions for the historians at this time, let's go on to part B of this item for the project presentation. Rinaldi?
Okay, if we could have the architectural cover sheet brought up, it'd be great.
Yeah, and let me see about pulling up
Mr. Chair.
Set here. Yeah, do you want me to walk through this set as well?
I think I switched computers and I've got it on my screen here. Can everybody see it?
Okay.
I cannot.
I see the historic structure site report.
Okay.
Or letter report, phase 2.
One moment.
Do you need to stop sharing, Mr. Chair? I don't know how that works, but
I don't think.
No.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, it's not on mine anymore.
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
So this is the overall site plan. The property has recently been surveyed, so a lot of information there. And the presentation will zero in on the areas where we're actually going to work, but you can see the shape of the 11-acre overall property. In the upper left-hand corner, the new owners discovered the iron gates that were originally on the property, and I wasn't aware of that in the year 2000. And we were able to modify that slightly, and it's shown in the upper left-hand corner, keeping the existing gate posts that we built in 2000. And we wish to reinstall that gate and refurbish it. If you would, I don't think we need to go through the photos I have. In the next sheet is photographs, and I can refer to those if we need them. I'd like to go next to sheet A 2.1, which is about 3 or 4 sheets down from this. Yes. So this is the main floor plan. And on the right, you'll see the crescent pool on the lower level. And then the arbor is shown more clearly off the living room on the radius. And that's the arbor that has been designed. Simple wood posts. We didn't want to have a forest of columns there. And so we took that lead for all of these new arbors that we're using to provide shade for the property. And it's the rafter tail ends will match the existing trellises we put in 2000. And we think we've carefully worked our way around that oak branch you can see. And I'm sure there'll be some little fidgeting with that, but we did put some time into that. We're using 8x8 posts, and there'll probably be steel in this particular one to resist lateral forces. The other arbor on this level, this is in the far left-hand corner of this drawing, and that is on the garage roof where there is a terrace. If you could, a little more to the left. Yes, real harsh up there. It's a beautiful terrace that's off the master suite, and that you can see the dark area which is the existing trellis that's been rebuilt due to termite damage. So this new arbor you can see on the roof deck, this item C, is the other arbor that we're adding on the main floor. If you could go to the next sheet, A2.2. There you can see we're at the lower level now, and we're adding, there's offices and gyms a gym on this level. And again, it's very harsh. We've been increasing the terrace, and we've used a combination of canvas awnings on the building on the room on the right, and another arbor off the two rooms on the left side of that area, and right in front of the swimming pool. And at the same time, in area E is where we're proposing to remodel the catering kitchen and opening up some walls that were added. I mean, those were originally disturbed in the 2000 work. And we're proposing to use iron and glass doors for that. And it matches the iron and glass doors to the right, the entry doors into the hallway. And the next drawing I'd like to go to is 2.4. Just two below this. There you go. And on this level, you can see the roof, and you're looking down on the arbors of the living room and the roof deck of the garage. And here we have the elevator. We placed the door on the back side. You saw it mocked up yesterday. It's the trees from the courtyard have a great job of masking that, and I was pleasantly surprised. We've have a perimeter maintenance deck already around the courtyard, but we're pulling it away with this current on one side. We're pulling it further away, and then it provides access to a wood platform that's 6 inches above the floor. And those are high parapet walls around on three sides there. Next drawing would be A3.1. Those are existing elevations. So here's proposed elevations. The upper left-hand corner, it's two different views of the arbor on the garage roof. And down below that, there you can see that. And we're in the backyard looking at that area. The lower left-hand corner there, you can see that's the arbor from the west side. And moving over to the A drawing, that's from the east elevation. And you can see the wood arbor off the living room.
And can you zoom into that A drawing there, Mr. Bolton? Yeah, that lower right. Yeah.
Yeah, so those are so we've shaped those. All the ends are shaped similar to the existing rafter tails that some of you saw at the site visit. And if you could find the south view right there and blow that up, and there you'll be able to see, you see the shaded area, that's an awning we proposed. We wanted a softer shade there, and we just didn't want to have a continuation of another wood arbor. So we thought a fabric would be great to add there. And likewise down below, the central arch doors have the trellis, but a couple of the other windows, we're again trying to minimize the amount of this. So we've gone into canvas awnings for those. And then on the E, if you look down at that box at the bottom, you can see the pocketing iron doors that we're proposing for the catered and kitchen. They could be opened and for service. And that you can see with also at this point, the elevator is that F box. And that's the extent of our presentation for the architectural aspect of this.
All right. In that case, once you're done with your presentation, let's go to public comment on this portion of the presentation. design?
We do have a landscape component. Would you
Oh,
still?
sorry. Okay. Yes. Sorry. So,
And
right now.
Great.
Landscape does matter.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Margie Bart, and this is Sean Lair. We're from Hollander Design, and we're going to take you through the landscape. If you could please go to page 14. I think that should be the overall site plan. So our client came to us and had several goals for this property. One was to reduce the expansive lawn areas and introduce water-wise planting. And this water-wise planting is to conform with the landscape design standards for water conservation. So that was a major goal. The second is to, of course, protect all of the native oaks, those gorgeous oaks that are throughout the site. And then really bring the site and these spaces back to kind of a more human scale. I'm sure you saw from the site visit, the entrance court is just a big space. So how could we kind of bring that back to a more human scale? And finally, making our design decisions informed by some of the original architecture and historical photos. So what could we learn from the past in these historical photos and maybe introduce it into the landscape? So we're going to go to the main courtyard first. That's page 17. And quickly look at that. Thank you so much. So here we're maintaining the existing loop drive. Some of the existing lawns would remain, and those gorgeous palms are to remain that frame the site. In the center, like Tim said, that we're keeping the fountain, but we're introducing a simple stepping stone walkway that kind of ties the two structures together. That's set on sand and there's gravel joints, so it is considered permeable. That's framed by water-wise jacaranda trees, kind of giving a second canopy layer below the palm trees. And then water-wise understory planting, framing the fountain and also along the walls, the perimeter walls of the courtyard. So some simple enhancements to this area, reducing the lawn and introducing more water-wise planting. So now I think we could move on to the east area, that's page 21. And so in this area, the client was very interested in a photo that she came across where there was no central stair as there is now. There was just an overlook over, where you could walk up to the edge and see the gorgeous view and curved pool. So we're reintroducing the overlook. So removing the central stair. The stairs now are on either side of the overlook. So that was the major design move here. We're tying into existing walls. We were very careful to survey all of the walls and tie into as many as possible. The upper level, which is now all hardscape, we're taking away all of that hardscape, carefully removing it away from the oak. Making a new permeable terrace under the Dawn's beautiful pergola, and then planting this area with water-wise planting, and then just a small walkway out to the overlook. If you made your way down on either stair, you would come to a intermediate terrace, which we're calling the lounge terrace. And that's made up of permeable pavers. And there's a rill in the breaking up that terrace that kind of ties it into our swimming pool, which I know Tim stated before is currently a lily pool. So we're turning it back into a swimming pool. So again, introducing more planting here, reducing the paving, and any added paving is permeable. And then we could go to the south area now. That's page 19. So here we're expanding 2 terraces. One is off the south facade of the building under the new pergola. That's going to be permeable pavers with a few steps down to the pool level. And we're also expanding the terrace to the east of the garage, just ever so slightly, again with permeable pavers. Between the 2 spaces is a geometric kind of flush border design in the lawn, which helps to tie these 2 areas together. The swimming pool is existing, but it really is calling for an infinity edge there. So we're just adding the infinity edge onto that swimming pool. And then, currently this area there's quite a bit of lawn. So you could see to the left and the right of the swimming pool, we're introducing some planting. And again, that would be water-wise planting. To the east of this area, if you go, just scroll over to where the barbecue is, there are some really amazing oak trees here, which will remain. And we're simply, I would say, upgrading the paving in this area to gravel. Right now, it's a pretty compacted stone dust. So it would be a permeable gravel. We're improving the circulation and upgrading the barbecue area. And again, all of the oaks would remain.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry for the interruption. We are at the 15-minute mark.
Oh, perfect. We are done.
All right, perfect. Okay, in that case, let's go to, thank you very much for the presentation. Let's go to public comment on the design portion of the project. If there's any members of the public wishing to speak on the design portion of the project, please click on the raise your hand icon. And then follow the instructions. You'll be able to unmute yourself once you're called upon, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak on this.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair Grumbine and commissioners. At this time, I don't see any hands raised, and we did not receive any written correspondence for this project. So I'll turn it over back to you, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. All right, to the commission for questions regarding the design. Any questions at all?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gordon? Commissioner Gordon, then Commissioner Mahan.
Thank you. I have a question for the applicant team regarding the landscaping. I understand that you were mentioning introducing water-wise planting in some of the areas, but I'm curious, how would you characterize the water requirements of the landscaping plan as a whole?
I would say we are, the majority of the plants are low water needs. And you can see we have provided construction document level planting plans in this package later in this presentation. So you could see every plant that we've specified and then the water requirements per that plant. So L would be low water.
According to the water use classifications of landscape species in Santa Barbara. So those are listed on our plant list.
Right, so every plant is listed in the planting plans, which is in this presentation.
And we will also be meeting the requirements of the high fire hazard area landscape requirements in this area as well.
Okay. Other questions?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Mahan?
I have a detailed question. On the south elevation, there are three arched openings that had awnings. Can you go to the south elevation?
We know what sheet that would be.
That would be
to go to?
There we go.
A3.1.
Yeah, and that one right there, and below that, yeah. There are four arched openings there on the right-hand side, first floor. Are those arched? Those are arched window. They're all arched windows. Oh no, I see. There's another one on the other side of the trellis. So there's 5 arched openings that have awnings. And I was curious as if those, and I'm not really very familiar with the details that are appropriate for stripped down classical. And I was just curious that the architect could tell me whether those are spherical awnings or cylindrical awnings, or has that decision been made?
They're a quarter of a sphere, and we use those to balance the arbor, because to the right we had 2 more openings or 3. I can't see because the panel, your pictures are there, but so we just wanted to balance. Didn't want that arbor to be so large that all of the windows read the same from inside. They're all arched.
I mean, are those spherical awnings?
Yes, they're a portion of a sphere. Yep.
And are they and then there's an awning on the second floor also. Will those all be the same color?
Yes, they will.
And what is the color?
The color is a cream color that we actually was on the guest house, and you might have noticed that it blends very nicely with the fabric, and there's a little bit of a contrasting trim of a lighter color.
And I don't think there are any other awnings on the building, right? Except for those there on the south.
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, and then as a tied into that question of the awnings question, do the historians want to weigh in on the appropriateness question for this language and style of spherical, of semi or quarter spheres, awnings are arched overarched openings?
Yeah. Oh, Chair Grunbein, yes. The panel post comment, yes, we feel that they're quite appropriate for the style, the strict classicism. You know, it certainly resonates as a classical form. So yeah, we're quite fine with that.
Okay, just as long as they're not black with lobsters on them.
Yes.
Yeah.
And no gold tails,
yeah.
I think. Yeah.
All right.
Mr.
Other
Chair?
questions?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Lenvik?
I have a question for the architect, Mr. Nolte. Can you, well, number one, can you enlarge this elevation that you currently have there at the trellis area, please?
The lower level trellis or the upper level?
Yeah, the one straight ahead. Go to your right more. Go to your right more. Yeah. You go to
lower level. Yeah.
Yeah, the lower level trellises there. They're all new. Have you thought about the detail of how the trellis posts land on the paving, and how the trellis posts land or support the beam above? What's your? I'm looking for a very clean detail, you know, reflective of what the house detailing is. But I'm wondering if you've gone there yet with your thinking.
Yes, well, our thought is Simpson is making these incredible braces at the post to beam top location or connection, and we intend not to see any of the connectors. And on the base plate there, we would plan to sit it on a 1/4-inch plate of steel that's cast in the concrete, and then it has a knife blade that we would drill through and then countersink.
So you're not going to trim around and
no,
create
really
a
don't
base
want
condition or whatever.
Yeah, I really want to. Yeah, I know where you're going, and we have.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious as to how it can be done cleanly and nicely and come off. You have placed copper covers on the trellis members.
Mm-hmm.
Do you intend to place a copper cover on the beam?
Yes, we do.
You do. Mm-hmm.
And this has a real robust bougainvillea growing on it, And, you know, it may have a lifespan due to that, but quite a long lifespan. So I see this supporting really, you know, luscious plantings.
In the end, the plantings will support the columns once it rots away.
Yeah. What color bougainvillea, Don?
Bougainvillea is pretty woody.
What color?
Well, it's a pink. I mean, I think we're going to work with what's there. It's established very well, and it seems to like where it is. But unless Margie wishes to comment on that, and there's something else.
But it's a pink color, basically, huh?
It's a real pretty light. It's a very light.
Okay, that's my only question that I have.
All right. Other questions?
While we're looking at this
Manuel?
while we're looking at this enlarged view here, the flaunts on the awning. Is that something that you can find historically is appropriate?
Well, it's what we had at the guest house, and it survived the test of time. And when we all had the whole design team there together, we said, how can we improve on that? And we couldn't come up with anything.
So you've got that beigey off-white awning, and you're going to use an accent trim, zigzagging or whatever.
A little lighter banding. Yes.
I see. Yeah, I kind of, I'm not going to, you know, question your judgment, but I kind of see the flaunts configuration or detail, it kind of conflicts with the clean architecture of the house, but whatever.
All right, Commissioner Manuel.
I have a question about the proposed guard railing on the, I guess that's the east side near the existing big koi pond / pool. And if that, my question is it detailed, and is it going to relate to the newly found old gate that you're putting in at the entry?
Well, we have a lot of railings at the house now that were developed from iron railings that we did find on the old garage window grills. And so we have a lot of railings already on all the balconies. And I think we would propose to use what we've already started, because I haven't seen an image yet, but I'm open to, if we can find the actual historical, design of that. That's certainly something we'd be interested in. However, we do have hundreds of feet of other railings all along the south-facing balconies already, in between the 3-foot high posts.
Are the railings that are from the garage, are those historic?
We think they're original.
Okay. That's all my questions.
All right. Any other questions?
I have a question regarding the landscape. I have a question regarding the landscape.
All right, Commissioner Levy.
There are on each side of the main entry into the house, what are they, Italian cypress? What are those huge things?
Jacarandus, are they?
No, the thin, tall things that are
the existing,
thing that are not shown on the plan.
Yeah.
Yes, those are proposed to be removed, as they also are non-compliant with the high fire hazard area landscape requirements. They're within the 15-foot offset of the structure.
Yeah, I think removing them is a good thing, personally.
Yeah, I think aesthetically it will also help. But
thank you.
All right.
We know how much you love Hollywood cypress.
Yeah.
All right. If there's no other questions, let's roll into comments. Who wants to kick us off? And we'll stick with the design for now, and then we'll circle back to the historian report after.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, Commissioner Manuel, and then Commissioner Mahan.
Since we're already talking about landscape, I'll just go right into that. I think the landscape is really strong. I'm a fan of it. It's a funny property because there's so much that's potentially not historic. are original. So you have a little bit of room to play with there. The only thing that's just slightly odd to me is the jacarandas in front. And I know that the intention is to make it more human scale and personal scale, but I've seen old pictures. It seems like that big, huge motor court is intended to not be human scale. Just an observation. It's not, obviously, since we don't know what that was historically, it's probably a little bit out of bounds for comments.
Oh, we never have boundaries for comments.
I'm trying not to design the project.
Yeah.
But no, I'm really in support of the landscape, and I looked through the plans. It seems like the homework has been done, and to me, it's approvable.
All right, other comments?
Mr. Chair.
Let's jump in next.
Mr. Chair.
Mayhem. All right.
Yeah, this house is 107 years old, and I think the architect's trying to bring it up to the 21st century living, the way we live today was much different, I'm sure, 107 years ago. And I think he's done a very good job, and he's been very sensitive to Underhill's architecture. It's a very beautiful piece of architecture, and I think that he's sensitive to that. And while he's making some changes, I think that they're sensitive, and I'm very positive about this design. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Mayhem. Commissioner Jordan.
I too am very supportive. I want to respond to some of the discussion of the awnings and the trellises that are close, the new trellises close to the house. This is an example, and as has been described, of stripped classicism. And I think the advantage of that is that it avoids the canonical rules associated with the use of the orders and of a more high design sense of classicism. At the same time, it retains the axial order and the geometric clarity of classical design. So I think they've struck, it means it's a very flexible design language. And I think that they've done a very good job of being responsive, keeping some of that original character and bringing it up to meet codes like fire concerns and water concerns in the 21st century. So I'm very supportive.
All right. Who else wants to make comments? Commissioner Edmonds?
Well, what an amazing property, and what an honor to be able to even comment on it. I mean, to think about how old it is and how beautifully built it was. And I agree with the previous comments. They've really taken something precious and continued to honor it. And so I'm very supportive of this.
All right. Any other comments?
Mr. Chair.
All right. Well,
Mr. Chair,
Mayhem.
Are you entertaining that we would make a motion on item B and then move back to item A, or how do you want to do this?
Yeah, I think that's the right. The right process. I did want to throw in one little quick note. I agree with everyone else's comments. So the one point I would want to ask is, I thought the jacaranda's comments was I had the same kind of feeling and thought was that it did seem a little strange, and I would wonder. I know that there's been a lot of thought put into it. I wonder if there was another potential other tree or other design that might be thought of and considered. It's just as a might. I think it's still an acceptable design, but it did seem to me, and when I heard Commissioner Manuel bring it up, I thought the same. I had thought the same thing was I was trying to imagine it and in that space and how that would feel with the flanking of the palms with the jacarandas in the middle. It did seem a little bit odd comparatively to everything else that is seemed so well and sort of hitting out of the park. So anyways, sorry, Commissioner Mahan, to you. I think you were probably going towards the motion.
Well, first of all, I want to compliment the owners for being prepared to bring this beautiful piece of architecture back into to a standard where it can be used and lived. I know it's been abused in the past, and I think this is a great asset to Santa Barbara and Montecito, and I compliment the architect for his very sensitive considerations on all of the things that need to be done to make this a livable house. I'm going to make a motion for a project design approval, and I will make the project compatibility findings and the minor alteration findings, whatever those are. If you want to put them on the screen, I'll do them, or maybe that's adequate.
There they are.
Okay, major and minor alterations defined. Minor alterations to historic resource. The exterior alterations are being made primarily for and will substantially advance restoration of a historic resource to its original appearance. And I can't see the words behind that, but behind that and, I don't know if I can move that thing over or not.
Commissioner Mahan, it's the and is just a conjunction to go to to number 2. So just continue with number 2.
The alterations are consistent with the Secretary of Interior's standards. And we have one other finding to make here. Yes, project compatibility findings. Consistent with design guidelines. The design of the project is consistent with the design guidelines applicable to the location of the project within the city or the county. Compatible with the design is compatible with the architectural character of the city and of Montecito, the neighborhood. It is designed, the design of the project is compatible with the desired architectural qualities and characteristics which are project. Appropriate size, mass, bulk, height, and scale is really not being changed. The size, mass, bulk, height, and scale of the project is appropriate for the location and the neighborhood. It's sensitive to adjacent landmarks and historic resources. Yes, it is. The public views of the ocean and mountains are not an issue. Use of open space and landscaping. The project includes appropriate amount of open space and landscaping. Hillside design and slope land findings. Natural topography. The development, including the proposed structure and grading, is appropriate to the site. I don't think there's any grading that's being done that's significant. Maybe something around those steps. Does not significantly modify the natural topography of the site and the natural appearance of the ridgeline and the hillside. Building scale, the development maintains a scale and form that blends with the hillside by minimizing the visual appearance of the structure and the overall height of the structures.
Second.
Eucalyptus Hill, new item, project design approval.
Too fast.
What? Can I skip this one?
Commissioner Uli jumped the gun. I think, is there anything more, or is there?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Mahan's motion was great, and all the applicable findings were read. So this is just the project slide showing items A and B. So we're ready for a second.
Gotcha. I stand corrected. Commissioner Uli was quick on the draw successfully. All right. So we have a motion by Commissioner Mahan, a second by Commissioner Uli. Under discussion. Any discussion? This is for just the Part B, project design approval. All right, any discussion? All right, could we have a roll call vote, please?
All right, yes, thank you. I'll start with Vice Chair House.
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel.
Yes.
Commissioner Dordan.
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds.
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik.
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Uli.
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, thank you. The motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to accept the Phase 2 historic structure site letter report prepared by Post Hazel team.
Second.
All right, Vice Chair House, I heard him off the gun. That was a good one. All right, second, under discussion. Any discussion? All right, could we have a roll call vote for this motion?
Yes, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Manuel.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lemvik,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right.
Did you get Commissioner Mahan in there?
Yes, I believe so. Commissioner Mahan?
Yes.
All right, thank you. The motion carries.
All right. Thank you, everyone. This, I guess, for the motion, for the first motion, Part B, that is appealable to City Council within 10 days. The second motion, the Part A, is not appealable. Anyone? So there. All right. Well, thank you all. I think this is the last item. So thank you all. Very nice project. And thank all the commissioners for staying till now. And we'll see you in 2 weeks for our grand finale, end of the year, HLC, almost Christmas.
Thank you.
All right.
Good night, all.
Thank you.
Everyone.
Yeah.